there we go. We should be back up, and we should actually be able to see everything now.
Turret.
Anybody who's following me is going to hate the number of emails they're getting right now.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Ooh, big and shiny in 1080p. Yeah, that's legible. Perfect.
Good, good.
Pistol, one gun. Okay, that's what I did.
And
Edit.
was that under boom turret that I put that? Yes, it did. I'm gonna remove that message. Yes, please. And then boom turret. It has, according to this little thing here, it has half the range of a harpooner, which is good. And it does, I think that says 3d10 damage to a 10-foot square, and it's a reflex save to dodge. So half the range of the half the range of the harpooners is going to be 80 feet. So 80-foot range.
Oh,
3d10
damn.
to a 10-foot square. Reflex 12 to. Yeah, and it says reflex 12 to dodge, and I was very specific about it. I said reflex 12 to dodge all damage, not for half damage. So
Makes sense.
Yeah, so a successful reflex save, just I dodged the bullets. It's this Wii Matrix now. All right.
Rifle damage, unarmed damage. What am I missing?
As for the number, you guys had apparently bought one boom. You guys only bought one boom cannon. Right.
Yeah, we only wanted one close range weapon, and the rest were arcanes.
We didn't go crazy on it, yeah.
Yeah, you guys bought one boom cannon, and then you guys bought. I think here it says 3 boom turrets. I'm not 100% certain.
I think the idea with the turrets was replace all of the harpoons except one, so that we can do tows or boarding action.
All right, so if that's the case, I'm going to edit. I'm going to edit something really quickly on the object. I'm going to assume that's right. You traded in the arcane cannon to him as form of payment.
Right.
Right. Now things are making more sense in my head.
Christian.
Yes.
I'm looking at one of my macros and I don't remember why it's. Oh, I just typoed. Never mind. I'm done.
All right. And you guys do have the opportunity to reposition your turret. So to put the turrets where you want them. So if you don't have to have them on top of your ship, because obviously it's a turret. You can store it inside certain parts of the ship. You can even put it at the bottom of the ship, because that makes actually a lot of sense. You have 2 at the bottom of your ship. You can have 2 on the top, and then you can have 1 harpoon wherever the hell you want.
Harpoon makes sense on the back.
On the bottom or the back?
Back.
Okay, so I'll put the
like on one of these back decks, either on the top or on the bottom. In fact, it could be on the top, because that's a legitimate need for ships, is a tow.
Right.
Well, though you guys don't distinctly use it for tow.
Yeah, but it's kind of hard to, board something that way, right?
That actually is very true, especially because you'll be putting yourself in the vulnerable position that they're in your back, and all right, essentially, your guns are facing forward, and their guns are pointing right at you most of the time, if you put your harpoon there. Right.
So yeah.
Ideally, we'll have disabled their guns by then.
But things aren't always ideal.
Right, but we're pirates. We're here for adventure.
Well, then we might
of gunfire.
Well, then we might as well just crash into them without a harpoon.
We tried that one. It didn't work.
Well,
we've done plenty of crashing, in my opinion.
I was going to say, I think a dragon tried that with your ship, and it was very effective.
Yes,
anyway,
but he was built for it. As far as I could tell, our most successful boarding action was when somebody killed the enemy pilot.
Oops.
There was so much boarding action. This was something else.
Do you give up yet? Yes. Yes, we do.
Alright.
Splendid.
So if
Anyway.
that's the case, I'm just go. I will let the captain make the decision of where he wants the harpoon.
What does the engineer say?
I say I don't do weapons.
Then it's the front.
You're a supreme faggot, then, aren't you?
Okay, now where in the front? You should point.
Which engineer? The real life one or the one in game?
Is your opinion is still welcome?
Especially as first mate.
Yes.
Okay, boom turrets. Okay, the
At
way I
at the
see it
moment,
is.
we're wondering about that harpoon.
Okay, no. Alright, harpoon. Well, usually you would want them on the sides because when you execute a boarding action, you'd be on their side. Like you'd line up, pew pew. Kind of like parachutes, but I don't know. I'm not sure if that's really as effective in the sky.
It's just
So-
as effective in the sky. Essentially, the sky is like the sea, except you have three-dimensional movement. It's better than when you have to do it on the land.
Hmm.
That is for certain.
Yeah,
But which
yeah,
side
okay.
then?
Because magic.
Let's go with left.
Alright, left it is. So I'm just going to delete the rest of these crossbows then, unless you want... Well, the rest of these harpooners, unless you want to keep them, which you're not. And now we just have the three turrets. I mean, the...
Actually, short question. How long does it take to basically montage or basically place them or install them and deinstall these things?
I actually have that very specifically written down.
Okay.
For reinstalling and for uninstalling and reinstalling harpooners, it takes an hour. For doing this for the boom turrets, that's going to take you 6 hours. For doing this for arcane engines and the boom cannon, you're looking at a week's time. So this ain't no decision when it comes to arcane cannons and the boom cannon. This ain't no decision you make lightly.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Go on then.
All right, so I'm just going to drop the turrets down on the top deck of the ship. And you can just tell me where you want them. Because I know you probably said it, but I wasn't paying attention that much.
No, we haven't really safely figured it out. But yeah, basically in the same places. Really, the question is just which one will have only one. So next to the harpoon. But yeah, since they're all the same anyway.
Actually, if we're going to be executing boarding actions with the left side harpoon,
Right.
we should probably put the other turret on the left side as well, because that way you have like two essentially suppressive forces on that side as well.
But then we have very little means
On the right
of
side, that is true.
actually delivering a broadside. Yes.
Well, this was foresight you should have had. You should have bought more boom turrets.
Hey,
Dude,
I tried. They wouldn't let me.
Come on.
It actually is. It actually is true, and that was in the recording. Gnome did try to get 4 boom turrets, and then Cybot specifically told him, "No, we're not wasting that much money." And then he was crying in the corner.
See?
Yeah.
That part I remember. I don't remember shit all else, but I remember that.
I remember when Zai is mean to me. That's all I remember.
Well, you deserve
Was that
people
me?
to be mean to you
I
sometimes.
can't remember.
That's why
You know,
Cybot must
but
cry.
it's entirely your choice. That's my
Oh.
logic.
I forget who this is.
Oh, you're talking about the Feshra?
Yeah.
She's been with you since the Orc campaign, man.
She get a new picture?
Yes,
Yep.
everyone
Yes,
did.
she did.
Okay, that explains it.
I told you I spent 4 hours yesterday looking for a cache of tokens.
Right. Oh yeah, okay. I just moved I panned the map camera down. Now it makes
How
sense.
come Murloc didn't get a new picture?
Because Murloc looks awesome.
He does.
All right.
Anyway.
Now that that matter is settled, you have the 2 turrets on that side, and you guys just realize that you're not. I mean, there's just the knowledge that you have a week broadside means that you just have to protect it more and make sure that no one attacks you from it, because you will get effed in the A pretty badly.
Right.
So what you're saying is we gonna die.
Yes, you gonna die.
Cool.
Is some people gonna die?
But me won't die.
Too bad.
Blue,
Alright.
blue.
So, refresher done. You guys have 1 week left in Thohirin. You guys are essentially spending it getting all this stuff installed. Is there anything else anybody wants to do in Thohirin while you're still here?
I don't have anything in particular I want to do.
I think we wrapped pretty much everything up last session, really. At
Yeah,
least
which
as
is
far
the-
as I can recall, really.
Exactly, which is the exact reason why I'm asking, is there anything anybody can possibly think of that they want to do here?
It being chaotic good, I would never suggest such a thing, but can we please assassinate Vilinar?
I don't know, that sounds pretty chaotic good to me.
No. Death is
You're
evil.
ridding the world of unnecessary evil.
Is he really necessary?
He's
Yeah.
he's not evil, he's just an asshole.
I still argue the whole
Evil.
necessity part.
That being said, it's arguably assholes must be removed first. They're even worse than evil, really.
But if all the assholes are gone, how will we poop?
Through the mouth, obviously.
I was just thinking about that episode
Oh
too.
God.
That was
Guys,
an
I have a
episode?
stomach ache
Of what?
already. I
Of
don't
South
need to
Park.
make it
South
worse.
Park.
Why do you do this to me?
Was it the butt-faced people?
No.
Okay, then I don't know what we're talking about then. Because all I can think of is the butt-faced people.
They start eating the other way around and shitting the other way around. It's weird.
Wow.
Oh yeah, that episode.
Yep. It is pretty funny. Alright,
Can't believe that's
So
one of the
since-
few episodes I've actually seen.
so after everything's been settled, you guys get everything installed on the ship, and like that, you guys are back off into the sky, into a land of adventure and fairies and all that gay shit.
Yay!
So, as Shade is required to make a piloting check to make sure that he can get this bird off the ground.
Take a 10.
I
Nope.
could.
No,
Or I could make a
or
nat
that.
Or
20.
he can get a nat 20.
Or I could get the fuck out of here.
Not that it matters anymore. Nat 20 is just a 20. Yes.
It's not
Still
an
a
automatic
20.
successful, but it's still
It's still-
35.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still 35. So, with the grace of a ballerina, he flies this ship out of the mountains.
I would have said blue whale, but still.
Hang on. If we're gonna go blue whale.
Are you gonna link a picture of Waylord?
Nope. I could, but I'm not going to.
Alright, so he gets the ship out of the Thohirin Mountains, and you guys fly for about 3 hours, and you're successfully away. It
This
is.
is the get the fuck out theme.
Ha!
Linking YouTube and
I thought it would be something Final Fantasy, but I wasn't sure which one.
It's the best
Yes,
airship theme in
blue
all of them.
whale.
Okay,
I love you, UA. Final Fantasy IV is the best.
okay, so you guys have successfully flown out there here in mountains. It took you about 4 hours, and you guys left early morning, so that means it's about mid-morning time now. You guys have realized you guys are fully stocked. You guys have all your food, you guys have all your water, and you guys have all your quote-unquote cargo. So all that's left is deciding anything else that anyone wants to do now that it's the start of a new day.
Question. I remember. Okay, this has been a while ago, and I remember there's like that new book that was linked a while ago for Pathfinder, which had like you can spend your day doing these things and actually
Ultimate
accomplish
campaign.
things. Huh?
Ultimate campaign.
Yeah. That. Are we doing that kind of stuff? Because I remember reading I can like actually research recipes and things like that, and I want to kind of.
I was going to point out that you've always been able to do that. It's the same. A wizard can create a new spell simply by researching it as well. It's just
Right, but the idea is Ultimate Campaign puts rules to it and gives ideas. However, it's always up to the DM. It is, however, a good resource for players to get ideas for what to do in their downtime.
Well, given that, whatever. I I don't care.
Okay. I'm kind of scared now, but still.
Research, you
Um,
massive faggot.
Yeah. No, I was just asking if that was an option, like actually learning new spells without leveling up and
Oh, you can't.
asking a teacher
No,
to
no,
tell
no, no.
you.
There's the thing. You still have to pay for learning a new spell. It doesn't work like
Okay.
it doesn't work. It doesn't work where you just I research spell, free spell. It's just like it's the same as I said. It's the same way a wizard works when he researches to make a new spell. He still spends all the money on making the materials and stuff, and for for crafting his new spell and stuff. And he still can't
Mhm.
take it until he can get new spells. But you can create your own custom spell.
Okay.
That is
cool.
how it works.
All right. Cool. Just want to know. That gives me something to think about now.
And it is not a short process to create a new spell slash whatever.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it takes like weeks or something. I don't know.
Try more like months, but whatever.
Hmm.
Alrighty, so you guys are on board your ship, all this stuff. I'm just gonna say everyone's in the room, even though it's late morning. We've set up a watch schedule. I know that for the sky.
Yes,
I
we
think-
have
I think Kelly
I have
should in
it.
the dock.
somewhere. Let me find it. It's probably in my Sky Pirates folder.
Isn't it up on Dropbox? I think it might actually be.
I'm not too sure, but I have it right here.
Okay. If not, you should just throw it up there sometime.
I will. But we'll just reset it from the beginning so Jack has watch.
Okay. I like how Josh's calculations are still up. The
Which
expected,
calculations?
For what?
expected damage value worksheet where you compared Belkar's damage to Jack's.
Ah, right, yeah.
Well, it was necessary.
It was.
Sure was.
Very, very necessary.
Izzy was 100% convinced his character did more damage.
Ah, math.
It's because Izzy and math. It's hard to convince Izzy that he's wrong about math.
It's hard to convince Izzy that he's wrong about anything.
Right, but let's stop bad
He's
talking.
gonna
Izzy.
listen in on this. Just
Yeah,
so you
I
know.
was
We
gonna say,
should
let's-
we should try to convince him he's white. It'll be a fun experiment. Then he'll go join the Ku Klux Klan, and everyone will have profit, except Izzy.
Izzy will probably be dead, and I don't want a dead Izzy. Alright, so, Cardav, do you perchance want to make a late breakfast because you have not made it yet?
Yeah. I don't even remember what I used to. I had a thing that had food that was just like randomized food, but I don't know where that is anymore. So he'll just make breakfast, whatever that may be.
It's called pancakes.
Yeah,
And that's what you're making.
You should make pancakes with bacon baked inside of them.
it sure is. I think this is the right one. 16.
Alright, and that is a pass, and Murloc is going to assist you as per normal because, assistant chef. Kind of.
Kind of. He saved the meal more than once.
True. That's definitely a pass on the success to help you. So, we'll go bacon pancakes, eggs, some special dwarven maple syrup that has a slight bit of alcohol content to it that you guys have in stock now.
Where do dwarves get maple?
You're right.
From Maple Rocks. They mine it from the mountain.
Actually, it would make sense that there were some tree
Import?
roots. I was gonna say import, or perhaps there are some tree roots that go down into the dwarven tunnels, and they tap into them and pull the sap out.
You cannot get
That's pretty
sap
cool.
from maple roots.
Does sap go into
This
the
is
roots,
my
though?
world. This is my world, and I say
Okay.
it can.
I'm just
Trees-
saying, man, as a Canadian who has land that
I was
You're not
was a
Canadian, you're
maple
Nova
farm.
Scotia. Shut up!
Okay, we have guys throwing fireballs and maple rocks is so weird.
Just
I
saying,
like
man.
Maple Rocks.
I do like maple.
Fine. Maple Rocks is fine. It's now Maple Rocks.
I'm just saying.
Hi ho, hi ho. It's off to work we go.
All dwarves are now
As I
Canadians.
said, it's now Maple Rocks. There you go.
Ah, the mountains are bountiful.
No wonder dwarves eat rocks if all the rocks are like that.
All right. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah. So we have the bacon pancakes, maple, some scrambled eggs, most likely, because that's just basic, and some toast.
Bacon.
Yes, bacon in the pancakes. In fact,
Bacon! It's bacon!
I'm sad Baconalia is over.
It's
No,
never
but now
over.
it's build your own pancakes.
Yes, I look.
You can have bacon with your bacon pancakes.
The world is a beautiful place.
Make bacon pancakes.
All right, so Kaladin, you need to roll me a craft alchemy check for you making your smelling salts, and I'll say that this is an alchemical creation. So, how much does it cost to buy smelling salts if they
It
exist?
cost me 25 gold to its price. That's what it says on the D20.
All right, so we do 1/3 of that price, and we're gonna round down. So, blah 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 blah.
That is
Essentially,
I'm-
8. We're just gonna say 8 gold pieces to craft it.
can I make like a batch like of 8? or
No,
4?
you can't. You read that rule.
I thought that was with potions. Okay.
It's with all crafts.
Yep.
So 1 a day. Oh, serious. Okay. Well, smelling salt might come in handy. Either way. What is my craft alchemy now at? Because pretty sure my int change-
Gnome, is there anything you want to do?
Not entirely at the moment.
Fix your
What?
overhaul your ship.
Well, yeah.
Well, that's still a pass because plus 18.
Yeah, remember, Zai, ones are no longer automatic failures.
No, because I'm reading here it's craft DC 20.
Oh, never mind then. Then that's fail.
Why you take my interest? I can't pass that.
Just use a fate point.
Sweet victory.
All right.
Why?
So I'll say how that goes for the later on. I'm going to have everyone have their placement on the ship. Ultras is down in the bottom bay of the ship. She still doesn't have her own room, and she refuses to sleep with the rest of the crew. So she's been sleeping down in the cargo bay.
Something Rex.
Where are Belcar and Mr. Scruffy hanging at?
I guess we will be in my room.
All right. Oh yeah, that's right. Grigg still has a room, so I could give that to Ultras, or we give it to somebody else. Murloc's helping Cardive in the kitchen. Enoch, I'm guessing you're in your room. Now remember that Grigg's room has been given to Isis because she's not staying in the same room as Enoch.
Exactly. But actually, I would be just hanging in one of the hammocks I bought in Thohirin on the
Right.
deck.
I don't remember Greg.
That was when Chink was here.
It was when Chin was playing with us.
Oh, okay.
All right. Kaladin, I'm guessing you're in the same room with Lyra.
Further proof that I was not here on this ship.
Yeah, that's
Well,
actually the reason
yeah,
why he was
that's-
that's kind of the reason why he was here is because you weren't here that often. Oh yeah, that's right. You're in the alchemy lab. Lyra's in your room, most likely just singing to herself or probably practicing a few songs for performance purposes. Astrid would be in the med bay by this time because she has to be there almost at all times of the day. I know Izzy would be inside the forge room because that's what Izzy does.
He forges things.
And
All day, every day.
Donna is probably going to be on the top deck as well.
Oh. Oh no, this is the first time.
And Utadak is probably in the engine room because Utadak is the boss at staying and fixing engines.
He's got to watch Das Blinken Lights.
Yes.
I gotta make sure those dwarves didn't do any shoddy work.
The Blinken Lights.
Well, that's why you oversaw a lot of the repairs because you didn't, trust the dwarfs.
I don't trust anybody with
Oh
my
man,
engine.
so much shit I should have just been crafting. They're all like kind of useful.
Okay.
I have multiple.
So, to play this out, actually, since you failed that craft check, do you mind rolling me a luck check?
Is that just a straight up 20? Or
Yeah.
1d100?
It's straight up 1d20.
Ooh,
Alright.
1d100.
I'll tell you when you when you need to roll 1d100s, it's probably bad. Okay, so you don't blow up the alchemy station. Good job.
I would hope
Oh,
not. They're just smelling salts.
He probably tried to mix some gunpowder in there. Gunpowder! That's how you make smelling
This shit will
salts.
wake you up.
Go away from my gunpowder.
Well, yeah, you guys do have a few barrels of gunpowder that you almost forgot to set my
Well,
cat.
gunpowder used to be a good component in terms of alchemy.
Yes. But you guys do have a few barrels of gunpowder that you were given by Dragar because you need them for the boom cannons and the turrets and stuff. You also have a cache of bullets as well. Yeah, and all the people are inside the room. So yeah, it's just whatever anyone wants to do. Anyone doing anything specifically, trying to seek out some person specifically, ask them questions.
Well, if no one else is, I'm gonna go hang out with Astrid.
All right.
Well, Kardav's cooking, so...
Yep. He's Kardav's cooking. Kaladin's doing a different kind of cooking, but it's not going too well.
Oh Jesus! I failed the meth.
That's actually what I was thinking the entire
The
time.
lab has caught fire.
It's funny because ever since they started achievements, there's an achievement for it, and I haven't gotten it yet.
I got it.
I'm sure Cybot has it.
It wasn't Izzy's fault, funnily enough, though.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Simon is the master of being bad at making drugs. Alrighty. Back on topic. Alright, so, Jade, you lead the ship on pretty much on its course as standing, which you are heading towards Ocevia right now, if I remember correctly. Or are you guys
Yes.
heading towards Gervana?
Ocevia, but where is the navigation room?
The navigation room is...
Is it this guy?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, I couldn't tell if that was the navigation room or the library. Oh, this must be the library.
Which one? Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, that is the library.
Okay.
The library is close to the engine room because you need to have those reference books.
Okay.
I get the feeling that library is going to get much bigger in the future. So, Shade, you walk into the med room, and when you walk in, Astrid's actually a bit startled by your presence, as she was just kind of cleaning off some of the some of the equipment inside. Margit turns around. Can I help you?
Hello, Cat. Astrid.
Good morning, Shade. How are you? You sleep well? Ha ha ha.
Yeah, you're funny. I wanted to make sure, because I only heard half the conversation between you and Enoch. So I wanted to make sure there weren't any misconceptions between us.
Margaret shakes his head. No misconceptions at all. Milady has the absolute agreement. You don't have to worry. I've had my talk with her, and she agrees your presence is not unwelcome.
Then, in that case, I'll just go ahead and introduce myself properly. He pulls down his mask and he takes off one of his gloves, so he's got skull face and bony fingers. I am Shadoza.
It is a
And
honor
he
to meet you.
extends the bony hand and handshake.
She actually very much accepts the handshake, as Margaret says, Milady says she's happy to meet you.
Good to know I'm not going to catch fire anytime soon.
No. In fact, Milady wanted to know if you need her to prepare the alternate form of healing that your kind needs.
I thought she worshipped Palor.
Just because you worship Palor does not mean that you cannot prepare a potion of...
Negative energy.
Yes. She can't instantly channel it, but she can still prepare it. She's done it. She's actually in the past used it to harm some of our foes that we fought against.
My mind is blown. How many of those do I even have? I've got 5. I'm good for now.
Alright, should you need us to do you that favor in the future, feel free to ask. We figure it's the least you can do. You've protected our back a few times, and it's the least we can, do for you.
So,
Yes.
you know what my deal is. What's with the armor and staying in your room to eat trick?
Time for the big reveal? No.
Margaret is a bit silent for a moment as he goes, Well, that's a bit awkward to, well, Milady
Shay
is
crosses his arms.
well, you can keep a secret then, right?
I've been doing it for a long time.
Right. Well, for your to help clear some speculation that you might have, I've heard the rumors floating around that Milady is just a empty suit of armor.
That one's my favorite.
Yes, no, that's not even an empty suit of armor wouldn't bleed to begin with, which you've already seen. I'm fairly certain you've already seen her bleed before.
Yes.
Margaret looks up at Astrid as, with a moment of hesitation, she does remove the helmet, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman underneath it. Mostly because you've been a bounty hunter in Acadia and might have seen a few things. If you can roll me a knowledge local for Acadia, or let's see, a knowledge local feels the most appropriate, but I believe if you have like a profession bounty hunter, that might also be appropriate.
I never took profession bounty hunter, but the reason I have knowledge local is for Acadia stuff.
Right. Alright, so if you can roll me a knowledge local then.
That doesn't suck.
As a matter of fact, that doesn't suck enough.
It doesn't not suck enough.
You notice a very distinct familiar between her appearance and that of a high Acadian noble that is very respected in the military. As a matter of fact, at least the family name is the Yule line, and she has a very distinct appearance, very similar to their line.
Noble's daughter on the run from the law?
She kind of nods her head a bit yes and a bit no, as Mark goes, it's a bit of both. It's a complicated story.
It's Acadian. That's like saying... I can't even think of a good analogy. It's like saying Enoch's a whore.
Hold on one moment.
Or womanizer.
I think CA is shutting up his dog.
Yes, that's exactly why what I went to do.
Yeah. Saying Acadian politics is complicated is like saying Enoch's a womanizer.
You can see, even though, once again, no tongue, you can tell she's trying to laugh. As Mara goes, Milady found that quite funny, actually. But, yes, perhaps if you are willing to spend some more time with Milady, she can explain the story one day. Kaladin actually knows a bit of the story himself, and she has some relatives up in pretty high places themselves, so she's tempted to keep her identity hidden to not cause a disturbance.
Well, there's that, but also I think that describes half the crew.
Very good point on that one. We all have our reasons for wanting to keep our identity hidden. At the very least, as you've pointed out, you're not a blabbermouth, and you're not one to just tell all our secrets to the captain, as the captain has been very acquainting to Milady's need to uphold her secrecy. as Kaladin has been very good at holding his bargain of not telling everyone her secret.
Well, enlightening.
By the way, I'm going to hang up the call and let someone else make it because I'm dropping out because my thing is dropping.
Okay.
I can make it.
All right.
Remember to restart your software.
I just did.
Yay, I can
Alright.
kick people now.
Faggot!
Was that you?
No, I didn't kick anyone.
I thought you kicked Izzy for a moment. I was about to go. That's hilarious.
Oh no, like I ended the call to him just so that in case he has it on speakers, it's not ringing for days.
And notice how the call is so much quieter without him in it.
It
It's
doesn't...
because he needs a proper headset. Like,
Yeah.
badly.
Are you talking
Dang
to
it.
me? Or-
Didn't he get
'cause
the
I can put my
G...
headset on.
Didn't he get the wired version of our Logitech, though?
Yep.
No?
He has a perfect
Yeah,
one.
Why is there so much background noise? God damn it.
He needs to learn. He needs to learn how to adjust it.
Well,
That might be it.
Didn't he switch back to his iPod for some reason?
no, he did for a little while because he had to send the headset back, but he's gotten it back since.
Okay.
The
so
issue
I'll
is,
talk-
the reason you hear a whole bunch of stuff in his mic is because he still has his iPod and his phone both set up on Skype, so they keep ringing occasionally when people call him. And they continue to
Oh.
ring after he picks up.
Also, Josh, I can hear your game.
As can I.
Turning that off.
Yeah, I thought that was just me. I'm like,
If
I
you
don't
want,
have
if you
anything
want,
I need
if
to
you
play.
want, so that you can still play that game, but no one hear you playing the game since I know you're kind of stuck on your headphone speakers. Well, the speakers that come with your computer. We can have Gnome.
No. That was in my headset speakers.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. My bad.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find the volume down button. I'm gonna mute myself for a second.
All right. So we'll just go back to Shade and Ashley really quickly. Sorry for the mild interruption there.
That's okay.
Well, enlightening.
Right. If you could, though, keep. Well, I also would appreciate it, as my lady would as well, if you do not let people know that she is from a noble house. We're not sure what some of the members of the crew might be tempted to do if they realize that she comes from a background with money.
I'll just keep saying she's a golem.
Works
People
for
like
me.
that story.
She nods her head as Margaret says, "It seems to work for her as well." Thank you for the conversation, though. This actually is a bit heartening now that Milady has someone else she can feel a bit more comfortable talking to about, even if it happens to be a skelly man.
If you want to know more about spooky, scary, talking skeletons, you can ask.
Perhaps we'll save it for another
I'm-
day.
I'm usually sitting on the helm doing nothing.
Actually, she usually ends up sitting in this slab doing nothing most days unless someone comes to complain about their boo-boos. Quote,
Oh,
unquote.
speaking of which, my humor is sore. Actually, muscles are sore.
Well, if you need us to do anything about that, perhaps we could do something. Yes, Milady needs to get back to preparing some of this medical equipment. Just let someone comes in having hacked off their own arm. You see Margaret kind of look. You can tell he's hinting at looking at the other side of the hallway. You know where Jack is.
I will make sure we're not flying into any mountains.
Actually, a very good thing to check because Ocevia is full of mountain ranges.
Yeah. That's
Is
a
that
black
some
woman's
black
yell.
mother?
Yes, it is.
It's distinctive.
It carries very far. Alright, I think my grandma actually went out to go drive to like Corpus Christi to go see one of my relatives and didn't just let my mom know that, which is pretty dangerous. Because she can't see it.
There's a high school called Corpus Christi right near my house. I have no idea why.
Well, it's the coast of Christ, but okay.
Oh, yeah, that would make sense. Okay. Anybody else have anyone they want to talk to before Cardav and Murloc finish making breakfast?
So when did the smelling salts explode in my face?
Pretty
Right the
soon.
fuck now.
Yeah, yeah, I was gonna say.
You did not
You said
respect the chemistry.
So,
I did not.
as you are trying to, as
Need a
Cardav
caustic
and,
soda.
yeah, just as Cardav and Murloc are finishing making breakfast, you accidentally spill a slightly explosive compound into your smelling salts, completely ruining it as it blows up right in your face, covering the majority of your upper torso in a very foul-smelling powder, and it's also very sticky.
Okay, is it not? I thought it's gonna be like dust. I was preparing to sneeze, but it's like, oh, no sneezing. Okay.
Nope, no need to sneeze here.
Ugh.
It's like, I smell like car.
Okay, so, Callan will take off his shirt, wipe off the sticky stuff off his face if he can.
It is unfortunately too sticky to just wipe off with a rag. You actually need water to get this off.
Okay, so he's gonna. Where the fuck's the bathroom again? We have like a magical bathroom. I don't know where.
Yes, yes.
No, the chamber pots. Deal with it.
Yes.
Well,
you just
no.
go
Right.
right over the side of the ship.
Wasn't
Oh man!
I remember there was mention of some kind of shower, so
There is a magical bathroom. Yes.
That's what we should have used that talking pot for. Chamber pot.
Oh,
What's a chamber pot?
Back in the age of exploration, before plumbing, nowadays when
Oh,
you go on a
stop.
ship, there's
Get it?
like storage tanks and septic tanks on modern ships that when you go, they store those in. Before then, you just had a pot in your room
that was emptied in the morning by
that
throwing it over
that
the
you
side.
excused yourself in.
Yep. And you made your
Okay.
peeps and your poops in it.
Okay, I get it. All right.
Chamber pot.
Today's history lesson.
The more you
Yay!
know.
Or, you know.
Alrighty. So, Cardav,
Yeah.
Murloc, you guys have just finished making breakfast. You guys heard a small explosion come from the alchemy lab.
Cardav goes to the door.
This is me not caring as I walk by back to the helm.
Can I hear it? Can I hear it on the deck?
Yes, actually, you can.
So just Cardav pokes his head out of the kitchen real quick. Galadin, keep what you're doing with Lyra to your room.
What the?
out loud.
No, that was.
Hang on. No clap.
It's not what you think.
Obviously.
No, we're not on fire, Captain.
Sidebot, why are you muted?
No, I'm not muted. The only reason I wrote it is because Cardiff was still speaking.
Ah.
And I was of course referring to the sticky stuff. not the fire.
Even I can get.
Well,
that.
even the explosion. I consider the explosion part of it.
Can she
Boom,
make
sticky.
explosions?
I would.
Yeah.
Can
Yeah.
bards do that? I don't
Yes,
know.
yes, they can.
Oh,
Press
well then,
the-
okay
press
then.
the digit change it.
It's
Press the digit-
magic.
Yes.
It works then.
Alright. So Murloc
Can-
goes, alright, so I go and go tell everyone that breakfast is ready and
Murloc, can you just pass me a wet rag? I can't really see.
Murloc thinks things are probably pretty wet in there.
Smelling salts explode. Failed alchemy. That's
Stop
all.
overcalling it now.
Shut up, Chase.
Let me make notes for my book. Smelling salts.
And then Callan puts his hands to his face and realizes it's still sticky. Like, oh god, just pass me a wet rag.
Murloc goes to the back of the kitchen, comes back with a wet rag, tosses it to you.
Thanks.
No
And he
problem.
wipes it off.
Just no bathing in Murloc's tank. We have showers for that.
It's not. Whatever.
Alright. So Murloc
I'm gonna
says
take
that
a
he was going to go
shower
ahead.
again.
Murloc says he's going to go ahead and inform the regular crew that it's breakfast time and that he puts Cardav. He doesn't put Cardav in charge. He asks Cardav if he can go and inform the other members of the crew that breakfast is ready.
Cardiff will do that, and if he gets back before Murloc, he'll start setting the table. Such. Like.
I
Alright.
don't even know where's the magical bathroom. Like in the quarters. Floor?
It's technically where Murloc's room is, but yeah.
They used to.
He's watching you shower.
Well, it would make sense to have it like somewhere here, wouldn't it? Like.
Yeah. It's just somewhere where there's a lot of open space, really, and it would have to be on the same floor as the main crew members.
Could be near the stairs. Where?
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it near the stairs.
Awkward moments equal awkward. All right. So Cardav is talking to the regular crew members right now. Cardav, who are you going to inform first that breakfast is ready?
Where did they go?
Murloc is on the second floor. So we have 2 people on the top deck of the ship, 2 people on the same floor that you're on. Majority are on the 3rd floor, and then we have technically 1 person in the cargo bay.
Okay.
So in other words, Murloc stuck you with the majority of forming the majority, unless of course you use the comm ring.
Yeah. Cardiff will go and knock on the doors on the floor he's on, of course, but he's gonna comm ring the other people. Knock on the door with Jack in it. Knock knock.
I can't do it. Can someone do an Izzy for me? I can't do an Izzy impersonation.
Just someone hit a hammer onto something, and that'll be him forging. He'll form Jack, and we can assume that's done because Izzy's not here. And he'll knock on Astra's door.
And of course, she just comes in, boop, opens the door. Margaret, yes.
Food's ready.
Oh, goody.
To the both, yeah. Yay. Hi. And he goes away quickly because gotta reform everybody before it gets cold. He's gonna do the comm ring, but Shade first.
Yes.
Knock knock.
It's the freaking helm.
Well, I don't
Don't
know
have
what
to
you
knock
do up
to
here.
come into. I'm not masturbating. You can rest assured.
Right.
Calendar was.
I what?
Food's ready if you're interested at all.
Thank you.
Aye. And then he will use the comm ring. Food's ready, everyone.
All right.
I will go and eat.
Yes, you can attempt to make more tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, you do have to wait a day, and you do still expend the money that you spent for making it, though. That is
Yep.
something that cannot be undone.
Well, at least it's a third of the price. Because if it's like 25 gold every time, that's gonna suck.
Yeah, I mean, all it means is that you spent 2/3 of your money doing it. We already know that Astrid and Shade kind of just sit at the table for show more than anything.
I like socializing.
Yes, that's actually the reason why they sit at the table. They sit at the table socialize. Those 2 are sitting there.
I'll show up, I suppose.
Wherever first mate is sitting. Belcar, of course, sits close to Enoch.
It's worth a rest.
I very intently not look at him.
You avoid
man.
his gaze so hard he feels it.
Yes.
Okay.
Look at all the not looking at you I'm giving.
Alright, so everyone is assembled for breakfast, including Jack, and Kaladin's seat is empty because well.
I'll be late.
And Murloc's just sitting right here in between these two. And Umbra's just sitting there in the corner. You see, Ultras did toss him some food for some reason, though. And he seems to absorb it into his body and seems. You know how Vivi smiles without a face? That kind of thing. The other crew members, are eating in their designated spot, which is normally which is technically there's a space in the dining room for them, when I quote unquote dining room. But yeah, it's not at the table because not real crew members.
Right.
Her. All right, shaboom. Alrighty. When Lyra arrives, she immediately notices the absence of Kaladin. Where is Kaladin?
Didn't you know? I thought you were part of it.
Lyra was not informed she was a part of something.
I don't know. There was just an explosion. Sticky stuff was involved. I think he said smelling salts, which is apparently some new innuendo.
Yeah,
I'm
a
not sure
bit
you
of
can
an
hear me
accident.
audibly slapping my face.
It couldn't contain what he was working on.
I'm trying so hard not to make a sex joke right here, guys. I really am.
Well, nobody else
Why
is
would you say
trying.
what?
At the end of
She's
the
right
session,
here.
My head will be red.
Alrighty.
Why would you say what? She's right here. She's a person.
Ultra's kind of smirks in the corner. She's like, "Are things always this exciting in the morning with you guys?"
Only when there's explosions in the alchemy lab.
Which does happen occasionally.
Yes, I noticed that the alchemist is not present. So, matter of business, how long until we arrive in Ocevia? Well, our destination in Ocevia, mind you. I'm more than aware that it's an entire continent.
That's a navigation check.
Alright, your navigation checks lets you know that you guys are four days away from a main Ocevian city, and let me go ahead and open up my map of Ocevia so that I can let you know what city you're close to. Boop. A la map. Right now, you guys are flying over Lake Fariona. You guys have already passed over Canley Well. And you guys have already passed through the Windmere Mountains, essentially a small portion of the Windmere Mountains. So the closest city would probably be, let's see. So over Canley-Well, and you guys are currently in. You guys are actually in the main continent of Ocevia. So right now you guys are close to Fariona. Because
We'll be
you
here
guys
in a little less than a week.
Yeah, because the city of Fariona actually is in the dead center of the lake.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So if you guys wanted to, you guys could stop there.
Out of character, I honestly must admit that I'm not even sure what exactly our objective in Ocevia was. And I do remember
We're
we
going
wanted
to
to go
Ocevia to get magic shit.
But I thought the Giovanna had all the academies and so on we wanted to get Udaduk to.
Well, not just Udadok Isis as well.
Well,
And yes,
yeah, true.
the goal is Giovanna, but you guys were I thought you guys were plan was to stop here and pick up some minor magic stuff for him.
That's fair enough, I guess.
It was
yeah.
on the way,
Okay.
wasn't it? Mostly.
Yeah, it is. It is essentially on the way.
It's right next to Thohirin, basically.
Yeah.
But Giovanna's much farther southwest.
Nirvana's
that's
almost
correct.
at Jaegerton.
A little bit farther, actually. And then there's some own complications associated with that, but we'll get to that later. So yeah, you guys are You know, even looking at the map and from where I said you guys are, you would technically be 2 days away from Fariona if you want to stop in on that city.
What's the difference between Farion and the major city we were going to?
Um, Ocevia is the capital of all of Ocevia. Fariona is a minor capital, but it's still a it's more, think of Fariona as more of a kind of tourist spot where you can go to enjoy yourself, whereas Ocevia is more of the difference between New York City and let's see, what's another place in New York that people go to?
Albany,
Yeah, we'll go with that.
you know, the capital.
I didn't realize. I thought New York City.
Making it a perfect analogy.
Yes. Yeah, we'll go with that.
It depends.
Royalty of Ocevia live in the capital of Ocevia, but not the major place of commerce. So
Depends how discreet we want to be.
Well, yeah, I mean, the really rich people don't live in New York.
right.
Some do.
Well,
Actually, a lot do.
well, I mean, in New York City, rather. I mean, yeah, like, there are nice penthouses, but most people want to live outside of the city.
Because the city sucks.
Right, that's when they start going south to like Connecticut and stuff.
Right.
But generally, it's really hard to commute into New York City.
Yeah.
We are getting too much into detail about actuality and the fake world. So let's get back to that. So you are 2 days away from Fariona.
It depends on how discreet we want to be. Fariona we'd probably be less noticed, being a tourist town, or we could go straight to the heart of Ocevia. However, we're on friendly terms with Ocevia last time I checked.
Donna, well, as friendly as you can be when you are in indentured servitude to them.
Minor details.
Yes. Speaking of which, I was wondering if there was any way that we could break that deal we have with them, seeing that it was formed under false pretenses.
Well, our dear now king, Cranklaw, said that the deal is basically null and void, and
He is not them.
that is true, but we still got the word of the king, so that should count for something at least.
Well, I
Otherwise,
suppose
we
that...
just stay low.
No, not right. She's like, I suppose when we stop in wherever we intend to stop, I could just stop by I could stop by a bookstore or something and pick up a book and see what they say. There may be even an attorney office that we can go to.
We're not usually the kind of people that employ the law, as it were.
Right, but right now we're going to be bound by laws that we don't normally want to be bound by.
Well,
Perhaps
you want to check?
perhaps I'm thinking more fight fire with fire, but it's your call.
Well, go ahead if you want to.
Right.
I'm not going to stop you.
Lyra says, if we were to stop in Fariona, Lyra has a few things that she was wanting to procure there and was wanting to see a few of the sites.
Sure, I'm sure we have time for that.
At
Unless
this
they're
point,
unpleasant surprises.
So at this point, Kaladin should be returning.
Morning.
Morning.
Lyra simply nods. Murloc. So, how did the cleansing go? Quote unquote.
It was just a shower.
Right.
Callan. He's just making. I don't know how to explain the face you would make in this situation, but
Isn't he wearing a mask?
He's-
He is. The face he makes when he can't make a face.
The
he
face,
makes faces under the mask, and then like no one sees it. Like
the
But
correct
he
word
looks
is
at Mer-
contempt.
Yeah.
But
I don't
his
think that's
eyebrows
the
are
word.
furrowed.
I can't detect this word.
But yeah, you see Kaladin turn to Merle like, and like kind of does a weird head tilt and like, really? Really, mate?
Murloc simply smiles with his, toothy grin.
No, he wouldn't have his mask on at the dinner table, but he needs to eat.
Right. I'm supposing he's taking it off. In which case, I could
Yeah.
drop Kaladin unmasked on here, but that's too much work.
Don't worry about it.
All right. At any rate, how long do you say it's going to take for us to reach Fariona? 2 days?
Variana will be there in 2 days.
Wonderful.
Ocevia about a little less than a week.
Well, since our eventual goal, and this is Ultras, by the way, since our eventual goal is to make it to Jarvana, I suppose a quick stop in Fariona is not... I'm not opposed to the idea. Perhaps I'll see a relative I know. Not like
Relatives of you in that place?
Like
There must be a story behind that.
Like I said, very unlikely, but it's possible.
Oh shit. Okay.
Well, do you still
Out
want
of
to share the
character?
story?
Oh, okay.
She looks at the number of people around. No.
Too bad.
Out of character, I was about to say she might have a web of connections.
I don't know why. Why aren't you saying that in character, you bastard?
Because Kaladin, that's not in character for Kaladin.
Okay.
That's fair enough.
It would be for Shade.
You're great.
Yes. I will say that was great.
Yeah, but that would be stealing.
Yes, I know.
I give
Now
you the
now I
patent.
can't. Next time you have a pun that it was out of character for you, PM it to me.
All right. I'll
I will
promise.
deliver.
All right.
Murloc does have one reason why he believes we should make stop down and ask questions. Most information that we have is somewhat out of date, and Murloc does not like the idea of going into territories with out-of-date information. Murloc would like to make a sitting on the ground and get a perspective of things from not Dwarf City.
Sounds reasonable.
Murloc just
Maple Rocks.
But when we're walking through the city, I think most of the information would basically come to us, but it probably wouldn't hurt to check out some gossip.
Murloc nods his head as he goes back to eating his bacon pancakes. Well, do we have anything else we need to discuss here? Because this is Ultras, of course. Because I've finished eating, and Umbra seems to be content with what I've given him. In which case, since I have nothing better to do, I'll just go back down to the cargo bay.
You're excused. Okay.
At which point, she, of course, makes her exit.
So, for the people still here, anything else you want to do in Ocevia while we're here? Anything that needs to be done?
Was it called Flora? Flora.
Oh, the city? It's...
Fariona, I believe.
Yes, Fariona.
Fariona.
Fairies. Okay, fairy. That's I'm gonna remember.
Yes.
Are we only stopping at Fariona, or are we also going to Ocevia proper?
Well, I had no special plans, but I assume we could do it if you have a good reason.
I do need to get. Did I ever tell you the trouble our casino's having?
I don't believe so. Or maybe I'm just forgetting it. Whatever.
That's
What's up?
fine. There's forms that they need me to sign so that they can have greater freedoms over Acadian airspace. So I figured if we were planning on going to Ocevia, I could have them somehow through courier get them to Ocevia, meet them there. I can get the documents processed and then sent it back over to them.
And you don't think this could be done from Fariona?
It depends on how long we're in Fariona.
Fair enough.
If we're only there for a day, that's not enough time for courier. But if we're going to Ocevia afterwards, then the courier can meet us there.
Very good point.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I think we can put that in. That's... Yeah.
And this is alright, and now this is one of the dwarfs, the one called Rat, steps forward as he goes,
Oh, wow.
Aye,
Looks like
Captain, I have one question for you.
Yeah.
One more thing.
When are we going to be doing actual pirating? I was told we were going to pirate.
Well, first off, we need to get supplies then done and do some things that have been put off for quite a while, but it will happen soon enough.
First, you need to
What
find somebody
was
to
it
pirate.
What was it that put us so far behind and set back? Right, the Thohirin.
The dwarf
Shut
kind
up,
of
dwarf.
the dwarf kind of quiet downs a bit.
We only saved your entire city. Don't mind us.
At that point, the dwarf kind of walks back to his room because he realized he kind of shot the gun for himself there because he shouldn't have opened his mouth, but he just wanted to ask, so he just kind of walks off. As
The rest of the,
Nice guy.
the rest of the crew members have any questions?
as the rest of the crew members kind of follow in suit and walk off. Boop.
Well,
Well, that de-escalated quickly.
Boo.
It went up and then went down, kind of like a roller coaster.
Tide goes in, tide comes out. You can't explain that.
What goes up must come down. So whenever you
Censoring.
Well, some
so
Alright.
how is everyone feeling about the recent events? Anything that needs to
When I
be brought
look
to my attention?
outside, it is blue. This is good. Let's keep it that way.
Somehow, I still don't care about dwarfs.
Lyra says, Lyra's feeling a little bit better ever since we've gotten out of the caves and since we've gotten a lot of the matters that Lyra left behind in the city settled.
fresh air is always good.
I'm feeling
Well, I'm
better
not
just
sure
getting back to my
Ultras would
kitchen.
agree.
No one cares what Cardav says.
That's the sound. Cardav just sitting there. Murloc cares.
What did Cardav say? I wanted to hear. I couldn't catch it.
Why not ask him what he said?
What'd you say, Cardav?
I said I'm just glad getting back to my kitchen. Getting sick of
By the
it.
way, breakfast good as
Awesome.
always.
Yes, it was very good. Nigga, it was
Actually-
bacon pancakes.
Yeah, I was complimenting
Cardav?
him. So
Hmm?
Which do you prefer? This kitchen or Cranclaw's kitchen? Which is
Is
better?
that a
to
joke?
work?
This kitchen.
Anything we could do to it to make it better?
home improvement time.
Ask
More
me again.
cats.
Ask me again when I haven't got the crappy rations and their kitchen in the front of my mind. Right now, this is a blessing.
All right.
Good enough.
Wait, where did the food come from? Everything in our stocks have been there for like months.
Shut up, it's
And
magic.
now I'm glad I can't eat.
Well, I would assume we bought food if we travel.
yeah. All right. So, assuming no one has anything else they want to do today, which speak now or forever hold your peace.
I would actually have a quick chat with Ultras and actually inquire about what she was so shy to talk about.
Alrighty. Anyone else? Because because I mean it's because it's a whole day. So anything you want to do in that whole day.
I don't really have anything.
Only making one. Why can I only
And
make one
then-
thing?
Sad face.
I am having a sad face. I miss like sitting there cooking things, and then cooking, not food, but the chemistry.
Meth! Lots of meth.
Hmm.
We become the drug
I know.
ship.
I would be
I'll go-
down.
We
I want
supply
to go
the
up to
world.
the crow's. I'm going up to the crow's nest and trying to look out into the mountain range.
Alright. Lyra's going to go inside the library. Inside the library and study some songs and stuff. Murloc is going to spend the majority of his day still trying to clean off the dwarf scum that's still stuck on his tanks.
Yeah.
Does he need more soap?
Soap has done all it's could for this tank. Muscle is all that could take this off by now.
All right.
And somehow Kaladin would manage to set the lab on fire while producing soap.
How would you
Well,
set
you know,
Murloc's
No,
tank
no,
on
because you
fire?
can make explosives from what you make out of soap.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, you can
It's
also,
still funny.
if you put potassium inside of soap and then drop it in water, I guarantee you'll get an explosion.
Right.
Well, yeah,
We'll
you know,
find a way to
potassium being fast igniting material.
Yep.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so Enoch's going to go have his word with Ultras, and I'm assuming everyone else for the day is just kind of quiet and just keeping to themselves, performing their shiply duties.
Correct.
Glorious.
I'm spying on all of the lower crew members.
That may actually prove profitable. So, Belkar, you're gonna have something to do.
Okay.
Alright, but first let's go with Enoch. Alright, so when you find Ultra, she's downstairs inside the cargo bay. She's actually playing with the wargs.
Duh.
Well,
Oh.
well, they seem to like you.
I have a thing for animals. And insects. And pretty much
Oh.
anything that's not people.
What about rats?
Not rats.
We'll get along swimmingly.
That's. I guess that's a good start.
You
So-
want to talk to me about something, I'm assuming.
Well, about a few things, but yeah, first I wanted to ask about what that was with your relative. It was it made me curious, the idea of a drow in Ocevia.
A few of the drow who have been exiled from the clan before me, particularly lots of my relatives, have been exiled and have been forced to leave the Thohirin mountain ranges. Most of them, when they said they were leaving, said they were going to make their way towards Ocevia for a better life. My hope is that some of them might have actually lived the travel out of the mountain ranges and might actually still be making a home out in Ocevia.
Why Ocevia of all places, specifically?
Ocevia doesn't typically judge based on race, especially on being on some of the darker races and how drow typically not exactly looked well upon by other races. Ocevia is one of the better places we could have gone. If we went to Jaegerdin, well, in the past we might have stood a fair chance, but there's no way we would have found a good transport ship to get there. Acadia is a death trap, and Giovanna we'd probably be killed on the spot.
So I take it you don't agree with the public perception of drow.
No, not at all.
Hmm.
It's fairly inaccurate on top of most things.
Like what in particular?
You'll find out.
I guess I will. So
That being
why do you
said, go on.
So why do you stick around in the storage space? I'm sure we could find some proper room for you. Make some arrangements.
Well, perhaps if you can find a proper room for me, that would be acceptable. But as for the moment, I don't think I can stand to be around the other crew. No offense. It's just I grew up in a mostly female society, and sleeping in the same room as 3 or more males doesn't sit exactly well with me.
What if you had shared a room with another woman?
Perhaps that would be more acceptable. But then again, most women aren't very comfortable with Umbra. As he pops his head from around the crate, he tends to be a bit scary, as some women have called it.
Well, I can see that, yeah. Well,
No, I by no means meant to depress you or anything like that. I was just making a point of fact.
right. No problem.
If you are upset with me living in the cargo bay, however, that is a different issue, and I would be more than happy to find some other place to make refuge.
No, you're free to live here if you want to. It was just an offer.
Well, as I said, I would prefer to have a room. I should probably make you aware that, aside from my family that was excommunicated from the Underdark, I do have some contacts and informants that live outside of, well, the Underdark. It's how we keep an eye on the surface world, so to speak. I know quite a few people, maybe not directly in Ocevia itself, but that may be living around.
Well, that sounds good. Do you even have a proper bed down here?
I've been sleeping in a hammock.
That works. Good. Anything else you need?
No, not really. By the way, I've been keeping the area free of spiders, she says with a bit of a smirk.
I I suppose that's the good thing, yes. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm more than aware of what happens to most people after they make dealings with Savra Alana. Fear is completely natural.
Or completely unnatural, as the case may be.
Right.
Anyway, anything you want to talk about?
Not in particular, no. I will say that perhaps you need to tend to your little half-elf girl a bit more. She seems to tally on a bit and move without a bit of purpose. No offense, mind you.
Mm-hmm.
I think more just finding something for her to do, and perhaps something for myself to do as well. As I've been spending most of my day sitting around spying on others, which, quite frankly, is what I was used to doing in the Underdark, but there's no proper thing for me to be doing on board the ship.
Well, since you can handle animals so well, what do you think about doing it professionally? As professional as we get up here, anyway.
I would see no problem with that. I will say I have a bit of a problem with the samurai's raptor. It doesn't hate me, but it doesn't seem to like me very much.
It's probably best to leave that to Jack.
Right. But the little warg puppies here, well, as puppyish as they can be called, are just fine. They're very friendly. I probably need to get that out of them.
We might get some horses at some point, just so we have easy means of land transportation if necessary.
Right. I'm trained in the we had some back before the splitting of the clan. It was either spiders or lizards, and I used to be a very big fan of the lizards. But yes.
Rex has a bit of a mind of his own.
Yes.
Don't worry about him.
But yes, in terms of your offer of what to do in terms of taking care of the animals, you can count on me to do it.
Maybe at some point down the line we have something more specific or special, but yeah, for now I think that's a good idea. So if you have any questions or concerns, you can also raise them with the first mate, obviously, when he isn't setting fire to the laboratory, I guess.
Right, that was the other question I was just meaning to ask. Do I have access to the laboratory? I'm quite astute at making poisons and such, and I haven't been able to really get on to my job of doing so since I've been on board the ship, mostly because I wasn't aware if I had if I had access to the alchemy lab or not. And it's made my poison cache is starting to slowly dwindle.
What exactly are you using these poisons for? Your weapons, or
Weapons, pesticides, keeping some of the vermin dead. I find that some of the poisons I have are very good at
Belcar.
I find that some of the poisons I have are very astute at killing some of the rats on board.
I will talk with Kaladin about this. I'm sure we can figure something out.
Alrighty, let me know what you come back with. She says as she leans back up against the box and the war puppies come and, be all happy greedy with her.
Frolicking around,
Yup.
as it were.
Feel the flowers, and they're running towards each other, arms open, wide.
Right. But it's not a sunny day. In fact, it is underground. Anyway, I come ring Kaladin.
Kaladin's in the process of trying to scrub the mess off, because he just realized he had to clean that up.
Kaladin, you need
Yo.
to give Ultris access to the alchemy lab.
She just needs to ask.
Good.
Or do I have to go up to
keep
her
her-
and tell her that?
Tell her when you can. But keep an eye on what she's doing there for now.
Should I tell her that she can only go under my supervision, or should...
Yes.
Okay. So I'll always ask permission to when she wants to use the alchemy lab.
Yes.
Alright.
For now, anyway.
Just... Do it. Okay, yeah, sure.
I'm not going to ask. Bye.
Okay. Now for Belcar, who's listening in on the crew, by which I mean the somewhat nameless group of people that you have hired.
The
Meat
forgettable
shields.
folks.
Yes, the meat shields.
The red shirts.
The Expendables.
Ah,
They're not badass
All
enough
the-
to be called the Expendables.
The actual Expendables.
They're just expendable.
so as you're sitting there
Cannon
listening
fodder.
on the other side of the door, you recognize at least the voice of Rat going, "Oh boy, I really botched things up at breakfast. Don't worry about it too much." The captain has his bits. The captain just has his bits and favorites of the crew. Actually, been kind of wondering about that. Why in the world did he hire the drow? You hear someone else saying, "Why in the world did he hire the half-orc?" Which point you hear back respond, hey, the half-orc is just fine. Drow can't be trusted. Half-orcs, well, at least that one's okay. I don't exactly agree with what any of you are saying. I'm best to be left out of this conversation. You guys can argue with yourselves. Right. You can hear the sound of moving a bit. Well, here's the thing. Back when we were still up in Jaegerden, well, when it could still be called such, I was held captive by orcs for quite some time. And I sat there and got my ass beat for days by them. And then all of a sudden I'm just come on board this crew and I'm told I'm supposed to accept this huge hulking half-orc just giving me orders, and she's above me, so I can't even question it. Right, she's not that bad, lad. As I said, you are having problems with the half-orc. I'm having my problems with the drow. That is a curious thing. Why shouldn't I be trusting a drow? Why would you be trusting one? For centuries they've hunted down dwarves and backstabbed us and killed us for no more reason than that we were just there. I said, I suppose you have a good point on that one. So, if I'm understanding this correctly, of course there's another person, we are being put in a bit of danger because the captain fancies to have a drow on board. Aye, that'd be slightly accurate. Not sure how to feel about that one. Perhaps. Most of them, they continue to just kind of mumble and talk about that for a bit. That does not sound too well. And after a certain point, Norbert walks out. The other rat folk on board the ship, he goes, "Oh, Yes, yes, Belcar. Good to see you.
Well, hello there, Norbert.
Yes, yes, have not seen you in a while. Yes, yes.
Oh, been busy.
How can I help you? Yes, 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 yes.
I'm just trying to figure out what's going on with all of the other folk on the crew that I don't get to interact with all that much.
Norbert nods his head as he goes, I think they don't like the drow. Yes, yes.
Why
Oh
not?
no.
I not to be they say not trustworthy, but well, me and you know a thing or two about not trustworthy, so
What do you think about the drow?
Norbert trusts that drow as much as he trusts any other person, except for the other rat, on board this crew.
Of course, rats are always trustworthy.
Yes, yes, rats can always be trusted. How has it been going getting more rats on board ship?
Oh, well, I've been trying. The captain seems somewhat reluctant for some reason. I don't really understand why.
Rats are obviously superior. Yes, yes.
Obviously.
Why would he object to this?
I don't know. Some strange elf thing. Who knows with those people?
Yes, yes. Too many elves on board.
I
Or
agree.
half-elves.
Far too many elves on board.
They like their flowery and stuff. The elf and the other elf, what is her name? Feshra. She keeps some kind of perfumes with her. Yes, yes. She sprays them at night.
And they smell so terrible.
Yes, they keep Norbert up. Norbert no like this. Can you talk to Feshra and make her stop spraying perfume at night?
I'll see what I can do.
Yes, yes, thank you. He says as he scampers off a bit. Scamper, scamper, scamper. All right. Anything else you want to do? Anything else with the crew, knowing the information you know now?
I'll probably go talk to Enoch whenever he's free.
I think he would be free about now, actually.
Yeah.
Probably making his way back up the stairs to the top deck.
Well, I would relay that information to him, telling him that some of the crew don't seem too keen on having a drow on board.
What does how keen mean exactly?
Well, they seem to think that the drow can't be trusted.
On a pirate ship, someone cannot be trusted. What a surprise.
Yes. I don't know what you want to do with that, but it's a thing.
Is it a mutiny?
I doubt it. They seem to be fairly in awe of our crew. They just don't seem to like her too much.
But she isn't the person to actually be able to fix that in any way. So,
I highly doubt it.
yeah.
I would say if anyone were to be able to do anything about that, it would be you.
You think the crew needs a stern word?
I don't know if a stern word would fix it, but perhaps. These are things that I don't normally deal with.
Yeah. Okay. Well done. I'll think about it. I come up with something.
Okay. I will keep my ears to the ground.
Thanks. Well done.
Alrighty. Anyone else have anything they want to do today?
We wrap Hope Seneschal now.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
This probably the first positive experience between the two. There might still be hope.
There is hope.
Bridging relations between elf and rat kind.
Anyway, well, if nobody else is doing anything, then I think I would have a little chat with Isis.
All right. Isis is in the room she has been temporarily been staying in, reading a book at a desk.
Okay, where's my token here? Does it even matter? I don't think so, but I'm still gonna move it. So,
Um, there is a brief pause before the door is cracked open. Can I help you?
Well, the question is really, can I help you? How are you doing?
I'm doing relatively okay. Better than the days before.
I heard you were, or people think you're rather depressed, I guess.
I don't think depressed is a good word for it. I'm just not motivated to do much of anything. I still keep up with my engineering duties, mind you. It's just that I prefer to keep my nose in a book nowadays.
Would you like to do something?
She closes her book. What do you have in mind?
Well, I guess we could spend the day together, talk a bit, see about things.
Have some wine, candlelight.
Not too sure that may be the best idea.
Not getting lonely?
Not really.
Not that lonely.
If you want to spend some time with me because you want to spend some time with me, that's fine.
Well, sure. I've always enjoyed your company.
Right now we are flying over one of the most beautiful spots in all of Ocevia, so it's probably a shame that I'm inside my room instead of outside looking at it.
Important question. Now this is silly, but how heavy is she? And would I need to roll a strength check to pick her up?
You're a frail, dainty elf. You need a strength check just to put on clothes in the morning.
Oh
I still
boy.
got a strength of 15.
Frail, dainty elf.
No, it's called lean when you're a strong elf.
Okay. She is fairly light, so she's around 100 pounds actually after I looked at it. Which is quite light. But then again, she's also very small, so makes sense.
Then I'm gonna basically pick her up and carry her basically with both arms, like one around the legs and then one around the back.
She seems a bit shocked by this and is about to fight you for it, but decides not to.
Well, and I carry her to the deck.
All right, and it is exactly as she said though. It is on top of the fact that it is a beautiful sight, it is a very nice day out. There is very little clouds in the sky. The sun is quite bright, and there are quite a few of the native bird species to Ocevia flying in the air. And a lot of the native bird species in Ocevia are brightly colored, kind of tropical-looking birds. And of course,
Have you
below
ever
the ship is miles and miles of water.
Have you ever had any interest in ornithology?
Isis kind of thinks about it for a bit. Just a little bit.
Then can you tell me what these birds are called?
She goes about, and it takes her a while to think about a few of them, but she does tell you quite a good majority of them, for having never lived in Ocevia herself. Well, for having never permanently made residence in Ocevia herself.
Impressive. Hidden talents. Very good.
She kind of shrugs her shoulders a bit. She's like, it's nothing that you couldn't find out from reading a few books.
Zing.
You asshole.
You uneducated hick.
Well, I guess it's always better to have the knowledge in your head. Saves the time to have to look it up.
Nods her head. Yeah.
That was.
I've already, as I've already said, I'm not. I told you already. I'm not angry at you anymore. It's just I just wanted some time and some distance to just get more comfortable with myself.
How much distance do you need?
You've
He
been
says
you've been
closer.
you've been giving me enough distance so far. But
Even after picking you up.
no, that as I said, she almost throttled him for that. But today was a bit. I noticed that today was a bit of an exception for you. Is there something on your mind?
He looks away. Not really. Don't worry about it.
She kind of frowns, but she's like, you know, I recognize that look. I know that we're keeping our distance, but that doesn't mean that I can't help you feel better about certain things. Sometimes it's better just to talk about stuff.
I suppose so.
I'm not asking
no.
you to trust me. I'm just saying that if something's on your mind, you probably need to talk about it. At least to somebody.
I'm just unsure about what to make of the current situation, really.
Well, for now, it seems everything's going just fine. Give it a bit of time, and things will even get better for us.
Okay.
For now,
Mm-hmm.
I'd say I'm just happy enough with you just sitting here right next to me.
Works for me.
Alrighty. And now, someone else said they want to talk to peoples. I'm guessing it was Zai.
Who's
Oh.
muted right now, probably.
Sorry. I need to talk to Ultras and then go to the library.
Alrighty. So, you go downstairs to Ultras, and the second
Hail?
she sees you... So what now?
I said, hail?
The second she sees you walking downstairs, she goes to the wargs and goes, shh, 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 as they, get away from her.
Righty.
She
Captain
turns around
sent
to you.
me.
Yes.
Captain sent me down here to set down the rules on alchemy lab usage, since I'm essentially in charge of it. Whenever you want to use it, just ask my permission.
So no late night experimentations.
Well, experimentations on what?
I make poisons. You always are. When you make poisons, you always experiment trying new poisons. Some are more effective.
The question is who you experiment
not-
with them on.
I'm not that kind of alchemist, but yeah, I get some flack about it. Last time there was some Akkadian woman, she was yelling at me for it. Anyway, no, because you can, but just you gotta. I stay up late. I wake up early. Doesn't matter. Alright.
I imagine Lyra is not the happiest person about that.
Oh, right. That's right. Late night. Well, if you think it would bother her and you're taking that into consideration, sure. No late night experimentation.
Oh no, it's not. It's not from me. I'm just saying that she probably doesn't appreciate you walking into the room late at night. The girl's much like a delicate flower. She looks very pretty on the outside, but she's very easy to wilt and wither, if you know what I mean.
Callan, looks a bit downtrodden by that. Yeah. Right. Well, Yeah, just ask my permission. I'll say yes or no. I'll probably have to supervise you for a while.
She rolls her eyes. She goes, "Are you that afraid that I'm going to mess up making a poison?
Well,
I've probably
no.
been making poisons longer than you have."
Well, I don't make poisons in the first place.
Wonderful.
I make explosives and remedies of some things, but that's besides the point.
Wait. And I'm the one who needs supervision?
Just because. Wait, you. Never mind. You didn't hear this morning. Never mind. Wait.
I
did
didn't
you?
blow up the alchemy lab. What are you talking
What?
about?
I heard that you got some sticky stuff on your face this morning, which I can only imagine what you were doing alone in the laboratory room that made your face all sticky.
No. Smelling salts, explosive, compound mixture, failed it. It kind of dripped out. Boom.
It kind of tripped out, you say.
Well, when you're handling these kind of materials and you have a lot of stuff in your hands, you maybe like misstep. You
She
kind of
nods her
like
head. She goes, "I
file
hope
in
you
a
realize that I'm
way.
just teasing you right now."
You are not improving the innuendo at all, sir.
People do that, don't they? Anyway. Just simple enough. I just have to. You just ask me permission. I'll let you in. No problems.
Well, as long as that's the only condition for it, I suppose that's just fine. I'll try and make my poisons less often than normal, though, because of this. Mostly because if it's going to be that much of a concern for the crew that I'm walking around with a cache of poisons, then I'll just keep my poison cache to a minimum.
I don't think that's a concern. It's more. You're still new, kind of deal. I don't know. Captain's orders.
Ultras stands up. She goes, "Honestly, if it's not a concern that I'm walking around with the cache of poison, I'm a bit disturbed."
Well, I don't know the real reason. I'm just
Watching the cook does.
like the cook. Like we already have a poison maker on the crew. In fact, the cook. It's our cook. Imagine that. He cooks our
You
food
see
and
her
I let him handle poison.
you see her face turn a bit pale. She's like, "If you'll excuse
imagine-
me, I need to go off in the corner a bit and just take a few deep breaths. You could just please, just if you could leave me alone for a few minutes."
But it's fine.
He doesn't intentionally poison us.
He doesn't poison us at all.
And then it turns out he's secretly been poisoning you all a little bit to raise your immunity.
Except for shade.
Yeah. All right. So Ultra's kind of walked off in quite a hurry, her face pale. Umbra is still over where you are though, and he's just staring at you.
Okay. Your name's Umbra, right?
It starts saying something in a language you have no idea what it is.
Damn, I'm not there.
So I assume you're talking to me because you can understand me. So send this message to Ultras.
I command
No,
you.
apparently not Enoch. Anyway, tell Ultras is that she's fine. There's nothing to worry about.
It kind of tilts its head to the side. Doc.
Maybe you don't understand me. Well, okay. When she's comfortable in seeing me, if she wants to use the alchemy lab again, whatever.
When you say that, it flies off in the other direction, not to where she is.
Anyway, time to the library. Zoom zoom.
All right. When you arrive in the library, Lyra and Norbert are in there. Lyra is looking at a songbook, and Norbert is hanging behind her, breathing heavily.
Norbert,
Yes.
what you doing? How you doing?
Doing fine, watching Lyra.
Kinda uncomfortable with that, but
No, Norbert does nothing wrong.
yes. Maybe just hold the...
No. Not yes. No, Norbert does nothing wrong. No.
Yes, I understand.
Okay, yes. Norbert understand that.
Yes, I understand. But can Norbert keep the
What?
panting to a minimum? Yes?
Norbert is offended. Yes. Do you think
I'm
Norbert should not breathe? No.
No. Kaladin does not think Norbert shouldn't breathe. No. Kaladin thinks that Norbert should control breathing for health. Yes.
Norbert breathes like this because he has to. Yes. If you tell Norbert to stop breathing like this, then he will die. Yes. You want Norbert to die? Yes. No.
No. Kaladin does not want Norbert to die. No. Kaladin just not know much about rat people. Yes.
Norbert kind of squints his eyes and does the "I have my eyes on you" thing as he walks out.
I think everybody just sounds really confused right now.
Okay, that's my attempt at talking to a rat.
Spaghetti.
He makes spaghetti wherever he goes.
There's an image.
It's all that he knows.
The finest of Italian chefs. Alright, so Lyra has still been pretty absorbed in her book.
Kaladin kind of waves.
It seems like she's not paying attention.
Bum,
Okay,
bum, bum, bum.
I'm gonna see if we have a book on Ocevia and specifically Faerona where we're landing.
You do not, unfortunately, have that in your repertoire.
Also, this is what was happening with Norbert. Anyway,
I need to save this one.
I specifically named it Kaladin.gif. So I'll always find it.
All right. So no books on Ocevia in this library. That's something you probably might want to change in the future. You do notice that you guys have got an increasingly larger collection of romance stories in here, though.
Huh.
Almost as if someone is researching for a novel.
How did you know?
I'll peek at what Lyra is reading over her shoulder.
It is a book filled with musical notes.
Crap, I don't have language music.
When you finally peek over her shoulder like that, Lyra finally turns around. Oh, you are not Norbert. Sorry, Lyra was.
Thank God for that.
Lyra was absorbed inside the textbook.
So were you ignoring him, or was it you were too absorbed in the book? I don't know.
Both.
Both. Fair enough.
Do you want Lyra for something?
No, not in particular. Just checking in.
She puts down the book and she goes, "Are you certain?"
Well, you keep reading. I just want to sit by. I was trying to look for a book on Ocevia or Faerona, but apparently we don't have anything since we'll be landing there.
Lyra knows a little bit about Ocevia.
You've been?
I've heard.
What do you know? I was trying to research on what's there, just to see, maybe look around.
Well, what I can only say is based on What I'm translating from what I've heard, and what I've heard was not said in a pleasant manner. So understand that Lyra's information may be a slight bit misinformed, but at least when it comes to the city of Ocevia, that it is its corruption rivals almost that of Acadia.
Oh, bad stuff.
Yes.
Well,
Idukin
okay.
was able to find home there and comfortable home there. Lyra feels that that alone speaks volumes of what kind of place Ocevia is.
Hmm. And what about Verona?
Verona was a nice city. The last time Lyra went through that city, it was not under a good circumstances. What she saw very little of. It was a very bright city. The people
Kind
there
of
looked very happy.
lightly, yeah. Callan kind of lightly hugs Lyra from behind.
It
So you want to
was
go?
very warm.
So you want to check out the city when we get there?
Lyra would like that.
Let's call it a date.
She nods her head yes.
Better link that spaghetti image again. There's a.
Do you need it? It's still there in the chat.
Yeah, but now it's relevant again.
It's in Skype Pirates now. The Skype now.
I think we need to just kind of. I think you need to set that GIF as your profile image, man.
GIFs can't be as Skype image as Skype profiles.
That is a
unfortunately.
crying shame.
I missed that
Alright.
option in MSN, but still.
Yeah. Alrighty.
I remember
anyone
back
else
when YouTube used to do it.
Yeah, that's true. All right. So, anyone else have anything they want to do today? Anything at all?
I miss Izzy.
Yeah, that's very true. It is 2 hours into session and he's still not arrived.
Anybody got that nigga's phone number?
Actually, I do, but I don't feel like calling him.
I'd say give me his phone number, but I'm in Australia. International
gonna
charges
say,
would be horrendous.
He'll arrive when he arrives, and when he arrives, he will be salty.
And my cousin took me shopping. It was hell.
Yeah, yes.
It's worse.
Alrighty. So, the remaining days to getting to Fiora pass like nothing. When you arrive in the city, you notice there's an unusually large crowd there, and unlike what you'd expect in a country at war, things seem very peaceful in this town, almost eerily so. When you arrive at port is essentially filled to the brim with ships. As you're trying to get docking inside, you hear a call up. This is of course towards Shade because he's in charge of piloting the ship down. Hold on. We need confirmation of your vessel. What's your ship's name?
That would be the quicker escalation.
Jackal's Maw.
Oh, right. Quicker escalation is the other one. Jackal's Maul.
There's a brief delay. All right. Jackal's Maw, you'll be clear for landing in 15 minutes.
Okie dokie.
I apologize for the unusually high amount of traffic we're having. It's it's the season where the sky leviathans make their way over Feriona, so we're getting an unusually high amount of traffic here.
Are the Sky Leviathans friendly?
Very much so. Wait, have you never seen? Dear sweet Jesus, you hear him talk to someone. There's a person here who's actually coming into port who doesn't know what the Sky Leviathans are. You hear some laughter. Oh, you're in for a treat. You are in for a treat. You don't. You
Who's Jesus?
definitely I told you there could very well be a god named Jesus inside this game.
Uh-huh. Believe it when I see it.
We gotta know about him in character, or else we're gonna start asking that question a lot.
Yeah,
So
good point.
like, we gotta go learn about him like we learned about Thor.
Yes, exactly.
Thor was important though.
Alrighty. So, he goes, let me just give you a bit of advice. In around the next 3 days, there's going to be the highest migration rate for them. So you might want to keep your ship out of the sky. They aren't normally an aggressive species, but this is that time of the year where they can get a bit aggressive. If you catch my hint.
Noted.
Oh.
Note to self: do not let Sky Leviathan mate with ship.
Yes. Oh, by the way, we someone just went ahead and left port, so you're clear for landing.
Sweet.
Alrighty. So, just going to go right along and say you need to roll me that. Thank you. And you pass. You managed to. It's a bit rougher than you would have wanted, but you still land the ship fairly gently.
There's a lot of people there.
Yes. The crowd there is very large, and it makes very, very noisy when you guys are at the when you guys are at the port. The rest of your crew members, the actual rack and flat crew, kind of approach the captain a bit as they go. Captain, do we have permission to take leave of the ship and explore the city?
Yeah, go ahead. Just behave. Keep the property damage to a minimum.
Nod their heads as they go ahead and leave. At this point, Ultras has already disappeared from the ship. And everyone else is still here. Anything anyone wants to say?
Well, people, the city's yours. Go ahead.
Sea leviathans?
Sky leviathans.
I was gonna say you guys might want to inquire more about that because this is the first you've ever heard of them.
Sky leviathans, whoops. Why did I say sea leviathans? I'm retarded.
Because you're retarded.
Leviathans
Yeah.
and sea makes perfect sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if Murloc is flabbergasted. Like, Leviathan in sky? What?
Well, he's
No,
a
he has-
he's a fish in
Where
the
are
sky.
There are Sky Merle.
Sky's that question is coming once he finds out about them.
Oh god.
So,
I'm imagining them like flying monkeys or something.
so,
Apt.
that burned to Murloc right there. All right, so
Well, like in the sense that it looks inappropriate for them to have wings to fly. In that sense.
alrighty, so you should probably have a. This is aimed at Sidebot. You should probably have a meeting before you set the rest of your crew out upon the city, and probably get some information.
Okay.
Probably get something done while you're here.
Fair enough. Balcon,
Yes.
you take care of the grabbing some gossip around here.
I will try and see what I can find.
Try to find out as much as possible what's going on here in the world.
Can do, boss.
Good. Kaladin, do you want to check out
Yep.
about all these strange creatures that we were talking about earlier?
The sky leviathans?
Yes.
I don't see why not. Apparently this place is famous for it. So,
Okay.
Also, Belkar would ask if there's anything in particular you want me to find out something about.
Just general. What has been going on in the world while we were traveling
Okay.
and away?
Alrighty,
Yeah.
so that's what
is
Belkar
Astrid around?
Yes, she is.
Okay. Do you need any supplies for your healing?
Mogget kind of... The med bay is fully stocked at the moment, so Milady is not in any dire need of any medical supplies. In fact, she was wondering if she could just stay on board the ship. It's not that she detests Ocevians or anything like that, but simply that with the large crowd, she just feels that she wouldn't feel the most comfortable.
Yeah, that's fine. Gnome,
Mm-hmm.
I thought you wanted to check out some, try to acquire some magical supplies here.
I may be interested in what some people may have available.
You should, however, just to be safe, you should take someone with you.
I have to agree. I'm just wondering who would go.
Maybe Isis would be interested.
Possible.
Cardiff,
Aye.
what do you think about trying to acquire some exotic spices and food stuff from here?
Well, that would definitely add some variety.
Excellent, do so. Take Murloc with you. Again, be careful.
Aye. Can do, Captain.
Okay.
And Carter will go and get Murloc. Unless
Alright.
he's already there.
Nope, he was not there. So Cardiff and Murloc paired together. Astrid staying on board the ship. Jack is staying on board the ship for now. The rest of the crew have already left. Belcar's gathering information. Did Belcar bring anyone with him, by the way?
I would probably see if I can't bring Norbert with me.
Oh, he already that nigga already gone, man. He skedaddled as soon as he could.
Well, if anyone's unassigned and wants to go look through the city, it looks like a large distraction that I can use to slip quietly into places, then I would take them. So, sounds like Donna to me.
Good choice.
So you and Donna, Jack, I'm guessing, is going to stay on board the ship. Isis is going with Utadak. And what is Enoch doing, and what is Shade doing?
Library. Library.
All right, you're going
Library.
the library on the ship, or are you looking for a library in the city? You'll find
City.
one. Okay. What about Enoch?
Is there any sort of governmental sort of district here
Yes,
around?
yes, there
Or
is.
something?
The city is actually very well divided into a few different districts based on people's interests. There is a scholarly interest part of the city where you find a large
Izzy has
collection
just
of.
logged on, by the way.
Oh, wonderful! All right, you find a large collection of libraries, mage colleges, and essentially shops where you can buy magical items. You have essentially the travel district, which is kind of where you guys have landed your airship right now, where a lot of the tourists kind of arrive, and there are a lot of hotels for people to stay, bars and stuff like that, bars, restaurants. Then you have like the main section of the city, which is like the dead center, where it's like a major center of it's like the center of commerce place where you do a lot of trading and talking back and forth and stuff. And then you have like this section on the right side of the city where you have like the museums, the artsy fartsy stuff, I came here to experience elven culture or a Ocevian culture thing. And then you have the north side of the city, the very north side of the city, which is where like the residentials and stuff are. Of course, the city is a gigantic floating island city, and the means way of traveling around is by boat, because there are river systems that run all through the city.
Okay. I would probably visit the aforementioned district and first off try to find out just general information like heritage and so on of the captain whose name I forgot, but you know, the guy who's basically extortioning us.
Okay, let me go and open up my notes because I do have his name written down in my notes.
It's not
It's-
Vargas.
Has been too long.
Yes, it is not Vargas. Vargas is essentially your guys' friend, quote unquote, as much as a Acadian high military officer can be.
Right.
Okay. Man, this list is long. Telestrone.
Telestrone, right. That's what it was.
Okay.
Okay.
So, which one? Let's roll a d20 to see which group goes first. It's definitely not Urdox. Seems like it's going to be Cardavs. Yep, Kaladin's won out so far. Alright, so it looks like the order so far is Kaladin... Wait, Josh, I need you to roll for me.
1 moment.
And before he gets in that 20. He tied with Kaladin. I'll let you two decide amongst yourself which one of you wants
Actually,
to go
with
first.
Cardiff.
Oh yeah, Cardav.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Cardav,
Josh?
Cardav and Josh, you guys get to decide.
Josh can go before me because
Alright.
his seems more interesting.
Okay.
Let's see. Shade is second to last above Uderdok. It's unfortunate because in a way, I want to do Uderdok first because Gnome very rarely gets the opportunity to do it. So I'm actually gonna go ahead and let Gnome do his first. I'm sorry to.
Damn it.
No, CA. I'll let
Okay,
Udadak do it. I don't mind what order I go in.
Well,
Or-
judging from Gnome's response, he's not exactly ready for it yet. So
I'm not. I don't even remember what I was looking for.
Okay, prepare yourself for that then. Now you know you're gonna be up.
Yeah, you're right. You're gonna be right after Kaladin and Lyra.
I can go whenever. Doesn't really matter to me.
All right. But yeah, for the rest of them, it was kind of important. It was more important for me than anything. All right. So we're gonna start off with Kaladin. So, the second you guys step off your boat, the rest of your crew has already been escorted off, but there is essentially a group of 6 people waiting down at the bottom of your ship for you as they go, "Welcome to Feriona, city of lights, magic, and mysticism. We are your guides to the city. How can we be of service to you?"
I like to see the sky leviathans.
"Oh, I'm sorry, sir. You'll have to wait until..." You see him look at the chrono on his wrist as he goes, "It's going to be at least another 8 hours until the Sky Leviathans make an appearance. It is around 2 in the afternoon, by the way."
Then take us to see the sights.
"Right. Well, that would be a boat for how many of you?"
I look to Lyra. I think it's just the 2 of us.
"Oh, just the 2 of you. Right, I'll go ahead and bring around a boat."
Bow chicka wow wow.
As that one of the other remaining one goes, "And the rest of you?"
Rest of who?
The rest of you guys who are here.
Who else is there?
Everybody coming off the boat.
I'll take care of myself, thank you.
If you wish, sir, just make sure just try not to fall into the water. We have a problem every once in a while where tourists will get lost, fall into a river or something like that, and drown.
I take a boat as well, if that is appropriate for my destination.
Yes, actually it is, because you would normally have to travel quite far.
Right.
So that's Belcar. Donna taking care of that. Uderdok, what about you? You gonna take a boat over to where you need to go, or are you going to magic yourself over there?
Well, seeing as I have to go with Isis, we might as well take the boat.
All right. Cardav was already... Well, Cardav actually, no, he didn't say whether or not he was taking the boat or not. Oh, but that's right. No, Robot is away getting water at the moment. Shade, what about you? Gonna take the boat, or...
I'll take a boat with whoever's going to the same area.
Well, that would actually be Utadoc and Isis.
Neat.
Technically, Enox is over in that area too, because that's going to be. It's going to be his area is going to be more in a meet between the north and the eastern parts of this thing, because that's where a lot of the judicial stuff takes place. Because residential plus scholarly stuff is going to be politics. But yeah, Cardav, are you going to take a boat to the main part of the city, or are you going to try and travel by foot?
Oh, wait,
Is-
boat, Wayne City. Would he be walking
We're
through
in,
water?
we're in
otherwise?
Venice.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
essentially you are in Venice.
Okay. Boat. Wait, how much is it?
No one's
We're
asked
rich.
that yet.
We're rich.
I was going to say, no one has asked that yet.
We're rich people.
Rich!
Money anything but a chicken wing.
Now I want chicken.
I was going to say, damn it, Zai.
Oh, yeah, let's go boat then.
Alright, so you're going by boat.
Did
Alright,
enough walking in
is-
the Underdark.
just letting you know that it is 1 silver piece to rent a boat for the day.
There's peanuts.
That is not peanuts to a regular person, by the way.
Oh,
I know,
we're so
but still.
impoverished. What's it doing?
Alright, so we're starting off with Kaladin. So Kaladin and Lyra, their boat arrives first.
I
And-
paid for Lyra, I guess. So,
It's
Yeah.
it's 1 silver piece for the boat for both of you.
oh right. Okay, whatever.
Alright. And
The guy
you
can have a
guys-
1 silver piece tip at the end, so I'm just gonna deduct that ahead of time.
Right. So he takes you guys by boat to the eastern part, into the eastern section of the city, i.e., the more romantically inclined section. Unfortunately, it is quite crowded, as you would expect during a time where a major event is happening. Is that a lot of people who got the idea of let's do something romantic, and let's go see these sky leviathans things. So yeah. So when you get dropped off in the area, there is I know I said that you can use boats and stuff to get to travel, but it's not like you have to travel everywhere by boat,
Okay.
because there are sections where you can just walk. So
So, I'm just trying to visualize I'm in Italy, I guess.
well, Italy and Venice are almost, I would say they're the same place, but the rest of Italy is not Venice.
Yeah, okay, I'll imagine Venice in particular. Okay.
The climate is similar, though, apparently.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm guessing
Alright.
Cybot has been reading through my Ocevia notes.
Well, earlier you also said that it's very hot and everything, but yes, I did
Yes.
that too.
Alrighty. Alright. So, Lyra sticks a bit close to you. She goes, Lyra is beginning to speculate that we may have come at the wrong time to this city.
Kind of crowded, but I guess, we didn't know. Next time we know, maybe we can make reservations or something.
Nods her head, and she's like, at the very least, Lyra is willing to try some of this Ocevian food. Not that I would be unfond of the idea of Cardav learned how to cook it.
We'll throw in a word for him. Maybe he could pick up some of the recipes around here. But let's see if there's any vacancies nearby.
Alright. So it does take a while, and you guys end up going to a place that's not exactly, the best, but it's decent. And during that time, you guys have a fairly good time. After which time, you guys kind of go to, I can't say, I say water park, and I'm like, I know what's coming to everyone's mind when I say water park. No, not that kind of water park.
But while we were eating, Kaladin's kind of actually looking out for any perches they can get as high up as they can to see the sky leviathans.
You're noticing that a lot of those places are very crowded. Like, ridiculously so.
Well, when I say perches, I mean not actual balconies, but like, subtle places where you could just like, we could fly up there and just sit there.
Oh man, you might have some trouble convincing Shay to do that after he was just told what he was told earlier.
No, go for it. I'm not going, but you can. It'll sound
He's like,
it'll be romantic.
It'll be totally romantic. Oh god, it's shaking the ship. Make it stop.
No. I'm not talking about flying the ship up there. It's just getting on the highest roof possible and see how close we can get.
Yeah, then once, as I said, you then fall to the problem of super crowded.
You should find like a small flyer, like a blimp or a hot air balloon.
Ah, that's good. Smart.
Romantic.
So, eventually, you do indeed find such a place as UA suggested, where they offer a blimp service that will take you up into the air so that you can get a closer view of the sky leviathans, and they guaranteed safe. And it says it's guaranteed safe.
Well,
The merchant who owns said stand is a rat, in fact.
We can trust him.
Totally. Yes.
As he goes, what do you want?
So, you got blimps to see the sky leviathans here?
Yes, I had the blimps.
Had or have?
I have the blimps. Do you have the money?
I do have the money, but how many people can you hold in the blimp?
Yeah, these blimps are built for 2 people.
Should I get more than one? Does anyone else want to see the sky leviathan through a blimp?
Nope.
I'll send that question through this comm rings. Does anyone else want to see the sky leviathan through a blimp? Is that a good thing?
From Murloc, you hear a distinct no.
Not
I'm busy
comfortable
with-
with flying in a balloon?
Maybe another time.
How does this keep us safe?
Yes. It's very complex stuff. They don't like the color I paint them. Roll me a sense motive.
I had a feeling. Alright, well, hold on, let's my sense motive at. I need to double check.
Alright, let me roll what this guy's bluff is. You think he's telling the truth?
I get the distinct impression that he is not telling the truth.
Too bad!
Since I, as a person, like where this is going, I'm not going to say anything.
Yes, chaotic good, totally.
I'm not there.
I know.
Right. I mean, okay, I always find it hard to be convinced in that way. Like when I physically feel it's wrong.
Well, here's the thing. You even had a bonus to figuring it out, but what he rolled against you was pretty dang high.
Well, what does he say to me? He said what he said is like, that doesn't sound convincing at all. No matter how well you roll, is what I'm thinking. But I guess in that sense.
What
now
do you
it's
know
kind-
about sky leviathans?
Yeah, I know exactly.
I also coat them in a special repellent that I get. Yes, yeah. I coat them in a repellent, and it keeps them away.
He has a convincing smile.
Yes.
He sounds like
Huh.
Watto from
That's the name I was looking for. Yes.
from Phantom Menace, who was a bro.
That's who I was trying to
Yeah.
think of. I knew who it was, I just couldn't think of the name.
Fucking Watto. pod racers. We pod racing now.
Yeah. Yes.
I assumed that is where he got his inspiration.
Damn straight it was.
Yeah.
If he had tried to
Anyway,
pay credits, it would have been no good.
That's no good.
you extract Republic credits? No.
No. Credits.
Acadian credits? Acadian credits are no good here. You need something more real.
Alright. So let's talk about payment. Yes.
Well, how much to charge?
No, it's a very short notice, and lots of people want to take these balloons up. So, for a lovely young couple like yourself, 2,000 gold.
Seems legit, bro.
Ah. I
I'm
looked
fairly
at Lyra,
certain
I'm
you
like-
could buy a small airship for that.
I'm fairly certain as well, but either way, I looked at Lyra.
Lyra looks like she really wants it.
Ha! You're fucked. The spaghetti compels you.
Fine. 2,000. 2,000 gold? Really? Seems a bit high.
You won't find a better price in the city.
Do I see the balloons nearby?
Yes, you do.
I'm trying to look at them. And
There
maybe
are
just
there
search.
are a few other vendors here.
Do they
Yeah.
look like they're in good condition at least?
They do look
Hopefully
like they're in good condition.
Can
Oh,
he
see,
see
you're
any?
fine.
Can he see any visible signs that cost less than 2,000 gold?
You could roll a perception on this.
Yeah, that's what I
See,
was
just
gonna
just
ask
to
if
look,
I
just
could
look
do.
around and see what other options you have available.
Well, here's my perception to do so.
All right, that's a pass. So you do see you do see some other signs where it's like 500, 300 gold to rent a balloon.
Okay. Callan's gonna that's all right. Hey, Larry, you wanna go check the other sites? We'll come back to you later.
He's like,
But-
I know you'll be back.
Definitely.
All right, so you go to one of the other ones. This one's a tall, lanky elf, and this was a 200. This is a 200 gold one. Can I help you?
Good afternoon. I would like to ask, do you have any aircraft free to see the Sky Leviathans later tonight?
I'm completely booked for the next week.
Ah, that's unfortunate. Shit. Surely, really no free spaces on any of them?
Shakes his head no. Nope, no free spaces unless you're willing to pay a bit extra.
How much we're talking? Well, let's see your facilities first. Let's see how.
There
I
are
see your ships.
his balloons are not as well kept as the rat folk guy you were just talking to. That's for certain. It looks like they have been bumped and battered by stuff.
I wish I was a proper engineer and not a siege engineer.
Alright, he gets kind of low and was just, alright, so here's the deal. If I have to bump someone else off these balloons, they're going to be pissed. So I'm going to have to compensate them. It's going to be at least 700 gold to pay off that person so they don't spread nasty rumors. Then I'm going to talk about a convenience fee. We're talking about me getting you up there and keeping you up there for long enough and keeping you safe. So the way I look at it,
How dangerous is it actually going up there? I've been hearing people using.
it's not that dangerous.
Dude, be real with me.
I'm being completely honest.
Sense motive?
Sense motive.
How about now?
He is definitely not saying something.
Sir, you're keeping something here. I might as well just leave now if you don't tell me what that something is.
Okay. it's not so much of an issue with the mature ones, but some of the smaller juvenile guys, they hang a bit lower than some of the bulls do, and every once in a while, a balloon will get hit.
So what, they run into you? Or what?
Yeah, I mean, the worst that happens is you just fall from an incredibly high fall from the sky.
That's about as bad as it gets, sir. Especially in these kind of things.
Well, yeah,
Make
but
it
that's
worse.
that's why you pay for insurance.
Uh, and there's no way to stop this from happening?
Well, if you're a mage,
And what would you employ if you were a mage?
probably some kind of flight or feather fall spell.
That's to stop the falling. Is there any way to prevent the hitting in the first place?
Hmm. Well, I'm not saying that it would purposely seek out to hit you.
Huh. Right. I should probably look into more of the Sky Leviathan behavior before I invest on a trip.
Oh, they're
like this.
completely docile, man. They're completely docile. They won't attack.
Especially when they hit you.
Yeah. It's more like you just get if you get in their path, they just don't they just kind of don't look. You're like it's like you're in a. Think of it like this. Think of it like being in your large moving vehicle, and there's a fly. Are you really gonna swerve out of the way for the fly?
If you put it that way, fair enough. Still, I value my life, and
It's a shame when you
My
see them
pro-
up close. They're beautiful, man. It's like a once in a lifetime thing you never forget. I've been married ever since me and my honey ever saw one. We've been married for 30 years and haven't had a single fight.
look to Lyra again.
She really looks like she wants this.
Okay, fine. Since that, hmm. Do you know about the other guys here? Like, I talked to the guy over there who's charging like 2,000 for his drinks. What's up with that?
Oh, you talk to Tattoo? Don't trust Tattoo. He's gonna rip you off. Like, I'm certain he's probably charging some exorbitant fee, like 3,000 gold or something. And I'll do you a solid. I only charge you 2,500 to take you up.
All those fees add up to that? Really?
Well, yeah.
Tato's over there charging 2,000. His ships look a lot better than yours right now.
God. 2,000. That's too low if I'm kicking someone else out for your spot.
Well, that's unfortunate. Here. Oh, but thanks for the info, by the way. That it helps me seek out better offers elsewhere. Here, I give him a silver piece. Sorry for your time.
Kind of, and puts a silver piece in his pocket.
All right, next one. That's not
300 gold guy. This guy is a gnome. Hello
Afternoon.
there. How can I help you?
I'm seeing if you're fully booked for Sky Leviathan tonight.
You guessed it.
Ah, that's unfortunate. No way I can probably get a spot in for tonight?
Sorry, sir. I uphold to my word. If I book these people, I am not kicking them out of their spot.
That's fair enough. What's the word I'm looking for? Good business, you could say.
Respectable.
Good for business. Respectable. Oh, alright. And I have no business here. Thank you for your time. See you.
Bye. Are you sure you don't want to schedule for maybe 3 days from now? That's when I have the next opening.
That is 3 days from now? We're here for
Well,
how long?
the Leviathans won't be at their Plymouth during then, but there'll still be a few lingering ones flying in the sky.
What do you think?
Lyra kind of thinks about it for a bit. I don't think we're gonna be here that long, Kaladin.
All right. That's unfortunate. I think I'm out of town by then.
All right, Mister. You're a loss.
It is. All right. Thanks again.
Back to the rat.
Back to the rat. Hey, you're Tattoo. You're right.
As I said, I knew you would be back soon enough. Now it's 2,100 gold.
Oh well.
I saw this coming.
I know, I did too, but I'm not in here for haggling or anything like that. That's fair enough.
You insulted him. That's the only
I
reason
know,
why. You
exactly. No, exactly. No, I see. That's fair enough. That's fair enough, dude. But say, nah, there's no point. You're gonna probably just spout more bullshit about. Oh, he might knock into you, he might not. Whatever. I'll just prepare something.
Look, I saw you talking over there to the elf. So he
Yeah?
probably spilled his guts because he does that.
Well, he did. He did say a few things.
You're safe. You'll be safer with me than you will be with him. I choose a good path. I choose a good path to let you up. He has bad path. Why do you think all his balloons are dinked up?
That is sound logic, I guess. Well, I'm gonna sense motive anyway. But I'll say that anyway, despite. Oh crap! I've gotten in my chat.
All I can think is, how do you ding a balloon?
Exactly.
Well, it's more like you see a bunch of cuts and tears and patches in the balloon, so ain't good indication. He's telling the truth.
Yeah, thought so. Anyway, because it's sound logic to me. Oh well. Here, I hand him over the 2,100 tonight, right? What time?
Be here at 9 o'clock.
Gotcha. I'll probably grab dinner beforehand then.
It'll give me a good chance to take a look at the floor of the Sky Leviathan, so I can put you up a safer spot.
So how does this work? Do you just float up and stay stationary, or do you flow alongside them? How does it actually?
Now you flow up and you stay stationary. I play a little music up there for you, send up whatever you ask for. You ask for wine, I go and get you wine. You ask for food, I go get you food. You ask for candles, I'm going to tell you to shut the fuck up.
I think we can handle our own music.
If you ask for the bed, it's going to be difficult.
I'm not. No. We're not gonna sleep up there. I don't think.
I didn't say you
I don't think
were.
that's-
I've seen people
don't think
do
that's-
worse things. I have seen people do worse things in my balloon.
Nope.
That's why I charge so much. I need them to be cleaned the next day.
Okay. How long are we up there for?
Now you can stay up there until 2 o'clock in the morning if you want to. It's whenever you tell me to let you down, I let you down.
Do you have any I don't know, coverage if anything happens up there? That's what the fee is for.
You guessed it.
Right.
Also, I do
Fair
not
enough.
enjoy them mocking me.
I'm not mocking you. I fear for my sake. It's a first time thing, so I don't know what's going to happen. You know, people
It's
gotta
the
be
first
cautious.
time.
Yes, it is.
He nods his head. He goes, I feel bad for the lady.
What?
Over your head, good sir. Over your head.
No, I think I get it, but still.
No, you don't.
Everyone else is just thinking,
I had to mute myself. Wow.
No comment.
So is this recording going to be titled Zai the Butt Monkey?
yes, it will.
But
be.
monkey, no.
I might just name the series after you. Just Spaghetti.
Zai,
No,
it's
it's
just an Italian chef.
I hope there's lots of spaghetti.
I hope there's lots of spaghetti.
Right. Anyway,
Luigi.
Callan
Oh.
kind of is just sort of bewildered. Is it like confused a bit and like, whatever. I'll see you tonight, Tato. Right?
Yeah.
See you tonight.
You do me a favor and don't forget. Last thing I want to be doing is sitting here next to one of my balloons the whole night waiting for some stiff to never come. Pisses me off.
Well, 9 o'clock. I'll remember.
9 o'clock, don't forget.
All right. Oh, see you then.
Yeah. Turns back around to his balloons and starts cleaning them.
Okay. Well, we got an appointment at 9 o'clock.
By the way, Lyra hugs you extra tight. Thank you very much for doing this.
You look like you wanted it, so it's the least I can do since we're here.
Alrighty. That's enough for him until his balloon ride up, so we'll switch over to the next person, which I said was going to be Utadak and Isis, which will also include Enoch and Shade.
Glorious.
We're going to do Utadak and Isis first. But because they're going to be in the same relative area, Enoch and Shade will be on the same boat ride. So you guys are taken on the boat to the more scholarly districts, and when you guys arrived, you notice a distinct difference from this area from the other ones, and that there's a lot less of a crowd here. The street lights are magically lit and stuff like that. Buildings are very well maintained, and a lot of the people who are walking on the street are walking around with books or with some kind of scroll or scribe or something.
Nice place.
Wow.
It is certainly very homey.
Intellectual types.
Should we ask for directions?
Do we need them?
Have you been here before?
No.
We could just go where the magic takes us.
Exactly. I can smell
Where
it.
is the magic taking us?
I don't know. At the moment, I'm just...
Magic is weak.
Isis walks over to someone on the street. Excuse me, sir. He turns around. It's actually a half-orc, wearing glasses and carrying a spellbook. Yes, ma'am. She seems a bit frightened and a bit speechless.
I step up to her. Everything all right, dear? What she was about to ask is if you could tell us where we could possibly acquire magical supplies.
Oh, you're in luck. I happen to own a shop myself. I'm I'm a teacher at the university here. Name's Ulthor. Holds out a hand.
I take
And
it.
she
Nice to meet you.
She seems terrified, by the way.
I apologize. She hasn't gotten around much.
It's okay. I meet her type all the time. People see a big old half-orc like me, they think, oh, he's gonna smash my head in. Well, I guess in a sense it's kind of correct. I just don't do it with a hammer. At least not a physical hammer.
I'm a muscle wizard.
Magnus Fist! Right, so... Ooh, you all look like at least some manner of intelligent people. Would you like to escort me to the university, perhaps my shop?
Sounds good.
Let us do so.
Where would you like...
I make sure that Isis can move, so doesn't stay too startled.
Alright, she kind of snaps out of her little daze and nods her head and starts walking forward. As Uthor begins to say, I think I'll stop by taking you by the shop. I don't want to just bring you to the university all unprepared. I'll make a call up there, make sure it's okay for me to bring some visitors. From the looks of it, you two, well, at least, you guys hoping to become students, maybe?
Not quite.
Bit unfortunate. Never hurts to give a tour of the campus.
In fact, I believe you and this gnome here could have quite a interesting discussion, really.
I have many an interesting discussion with gnomes. As long as he's not the necromancy school. I don't get along well with necromancers. Bad experience.
No, he isn't.
I don't either, so we're in luck.
Me and you will get along fine.
Great.
So, I'm assuming you're all here to purchase some kind of magical item rather than to see the sky leviathans?
More or less.
Good. Mostly, I get tired of explaining sky leviathans to tourists, which, as you can imagine, I spend a lot of times doing. Large magical creatures and all. You know how it works.
They seem interesting, but we've seen larger. And stranger.
That I'd be willing to hear about.
And more magical. Yeah, they sound boring now.
Want to hear about this now. Let's make my way to my shop. He says as he takes you to a very, very large building. It looks more like a library than a shop, to be honest. And as he walks in, he is greeted by a bunch of people who you can only assume are either his students, his apprentices, or people he's very close with. By the way, they kind of spark up and light up when they see him. He kind of smiles, waves, and he goes, turns to one of them, a half-orc like himself, and goes, "Would you mind fetching some tea for my guest here? I'm going to have some conversation with them, and perhaps we are going to have a talk about purchasing some of my fine wares here." Nods his head, slides down the ladder, and runs off. Now, I didn't catch any of your guys' name. That's terribly rude of me, he says, pushing up his glasses.
Well, I'm Udadok.
He
And
holds
I'm-
out his rather large hand.
I will shake it with my rather small one.
I will grab. You grab one of his
Two-handed.
point of finger.
Just a two-handed handshake. How you doing?
Right.
And I'm assuming you... And I've already shook your hand, but your name?
My name is Enoch, and this wonderful lady is Isis.
He raises an eyebrow when he hears your name. Enoch. I've heard that
Yes.
name before, actually.
Possibly.
You caused a bit of a stir up in Jaegerden a while back.
Maybe.
Possible.
Well, I'm sorry, I said Jaegerden. I can't call it Jaegerden anymore. It's now New Cadia, which has been a bit of a pain in me for having to re-scribe a
We
few
understand
of my
what.
Don't get me started on it.
I won't bore you. And who is this gentleman with you in the hat? And
Shade.
Shade. Nice to meet you, Shade.
Nods.
See, you're not one for handshakes. Understandable.
Arthritis.
Very painful stuff. All right. At this moment, the half-orc that left comes back with a tray table with tea on it. As he grabs it, as he goes, "If you would follow me to my back room." And his back room is filled with books and papers everywhere. As he goes, "I apologize, it's a bit messy in here, but
I'm okay with
happens
this.
time to time." A few of these are. I've been working on making a new spell lately, but it's not been going entirely in my favor.
Really? What'd you have in mind?
Well, it's an illusion spell. And, well, I'm not an illusion mage myself, but I lacked a slight bit of insight of the illusion school. And there's a gnome at the college, an associate of mine, who teaches in the illusionary arts, but he's been of very little help to me.
Well, you might be in luck, as I happen to be a rather masterful illusion mage.
Wonderful. That would be great. I'm sorry if I apologize. He puts the tray down on the table, peeks his head out the door. If you could bring me some biscuits as well, that'd be great.
Just imagining the scene is a little silly. A well-dressed half-orc with glasses on, asking for biscuits with his tea. In a room
Right.
filled with books, no less.
Yep. Righty then. How can I help you today? Before you begin helping me, as you've already stated that you are some kind of illusion mage.
Well, I suppose that would depend on what you may have available.
I keep a very impressive repertoire of magical items, spell books that I've been cataloging for quite some time, the better of 20 years now, and many other various things of interest.
Huh, spell books.
I'm also a historian, so if you need any help with that, I'm here for you as well.
Spell books. That reminds me, I need a new spell book.
Well, you are in luck. I not only sell them, but I do numerous spell lessons. I am of the Conjuration School myself, a master summoner, but as I said, I have displayed interest and extended my interest into the Illusion School as of the past 15 years, and as a mage, particularly of my bloodline, I had to learn quite a few evocation spells as well.
Understandable.
Is there any kind of specific field of history you've studied?
Any realm of Ocevian, Akkadian, or a slight bit of Gervonan history, I can be fully to enlighten you on.
Interesting.
He
Well-
turns to Isis as he goes, "You've been rather quiet. Are you okay?" Isis takes a deep breath. "I apologize. I'm just a bit intimidated." She nods her head yes. It's understandable. Keep in mind, if spend an hour with me, you'll find me to be possibly more mild than even the mildest elf you've ever met. Certainly more even-tempered.
I definitely
Right.
stick close to her.
I'll keep my distance. I'll do what I can. So, once again, let's see. Spellbooks. He turns around on a shelf that would have been far too high for, even Enoch to reach. He reaches up with one hand and grabs down around 5 books. He goes, "Well, these are some old spell books of mine that I don't really use anymore, but I'm more than willing to sell or let you peruse through should you be able to provide me with some insight into my research. And as for you, you said you have some history stuff. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of my history information recorded in books that I can just give away, but I, being a professor and all, do enjoy giving the lecture. So as long as you give me an area, I can give you the information."
What can you tell us about the Akkadian nobility and royalty?
Well, exactly. What are you looking to learn about them?
Interesting factoids.
How most of the Akkadian lines are direct descendant of the Emperor himself, perchance?
For example.
Well, that one's kind of self-explanatory. It's actually been very interesting how the Emperor has managed to make himself live through magical means and stuff. That is, of course, the rumor that he is still alive, and that the same Emperor has been, well, ruling Acadia since its founding. Of course, my research heavily implies that it is in fact the same person.
So
But,
what kind of magic is he using then?
well, that requires me going into a bit of my research into Gervana. Gervana has... I'm sure a half-elf like yourself has looked into a bit of Gervanan history, where a lot of the high lords of Gervana have mastered a means of immortality spell, which they cast upon themselves so that they may forever provide counsel to the young ones. I used to study in Gervana before I transferred to this university here in Ocevia, is the reason why.
And you think the Emperor stole these or traded for the idea of these immortality spells?
Perhaps. He had to have acquired the information from somewhere. I doubt that the Man is so brilliant he could have figured out the same exact methods that the High Lords have been using to preserve themselves for himself.
Maybe he's using a different method.
Completely possible. My research would imply otherwise, but as I said, I have no definitive proof of murder. I've never met the Emperor in person, mind you, nor do I have any intention to. I get the feeling he'd sooner bash my skull in than he would listen to me and have a legitimate conversation. Someone comes in the room with some biscuits. He's like, "Oh, lovely." The person places them on the table. As he goes, "Blueberry." Person nods their head, "Yes." "Wonderful." He takes the tray and offers it to you guys. "I suggest you guys help yourselves first. If I get my hands on these, there won't be many left."
Well, I take one, and I take another one and offer it to Isis, who's probably still startled.
Yep.
Shade also takes one.
I'll take a couple. Because it's not bread.
They are, in fact, delicious.
Glorious.
He takes 3 himself, leaving 6 more on the plate, and devours them in one bite. And then astutely washes it down with some tea as he goes, "But yes, sorry, I have a profound love of lots of sweet things. These biscuits just happen to be one of my more favorite ones."
I just imagine him eating all 3 of them at once and then pouring the entire cup of scalding tea down his throat.
No, see,
in one gulp.
I had it the other way around. It was like devouring the biscuits and then just sipping the tea.
Me too.
Actually, UA is more correct.
Like a gentleman.
Yeah.
But getting back more into the history lesson. Yes, it's speculated that the Emperor has implemented some kind of immortality spell on himself. More importantly, though, he's provided some interesting research that we pulled from Ocedia during some of our less favorable times. That he's an expert in the transmutation field of magic.
See, that's what I was imagining.
I love it.
Is that like ramen sauce that he's
Yes!
or the broth sauce?
Yes. That's the flavoring.
Awesome.
But yes, the Emperor himself seems to be some kind of astute transmutation mage, or at least is very well versed in the transmutation things, as is very much evidence in some of his past attempts at super soldiers. But that is a more darker side of Acadia's history that I honestly shouldn't be boring my guest with.
You mentioned something about... no. Something I was curious about. Assuming the Emperor would die, how is the successor decided?
Well, the Emperor does have several sons, if you aren't aware. Almost all nearly as old as himself. Most of them work in the high branches of the Inquisition, mind you, but... well, one of them has been in the Wild Continent, the Lost World.
Vargas?
Well, no, Vargas is not... I'm surprised you know the name, actually. Vargas is not a direct relation to the Emperor himself. Vargas actually used to study under an old colleague of mine. Well, not really studied. He was a prodigy, far brighter than myself, unfortunately. We both studied under a man named Mist Edalus, which I'm sure you've at least heard the name. Gnome, you can roll me a knowledge. You can roll me a knowledge arcana. The DC is 5.
Okay, done.
Mist Idolus is the world's best wizard. Hands down.
Are we talking Elminster?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, no, greater than that. I'm sorry.
Huh.
this guy's apparently really, really, really old. He also, Enoch might also know the name, as he's also technically one of the pirate kings. But yeah, this guy is the brightest, most brilliant wizard that has ever lived. His arcane theories are kind of what led to some of the advancements in technology that you have today.
I don't think you know who Elminster is.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
You are forgiven then for your transgression.
Thank you. I think I might actually know what it is, but I'm just drawing a blank right now.
Elminster is the source of all bullshit in Faerun.
Yeah, he's like the Drizzt of wizards.
Oh.
Well, no, because everybody can emulate Drizzt. Nobody can emulate Elminster. Elminster's
No.
just there and fucks up everything because he's
No,
bored.
he's not that bad.
Okay.
But no, pretty much the idea that you're meeting someone who studied under him is amazing itself, by the way.
Impressive.
Well, my tutelage under him was not long. It was only a year-long tutelage, but during which time I learned many things that I don't think I'll ever get the chance to learn again. As a matter of fact, he was the man who inspired me to go into the field of conjuration. Though he's not a conjuration mage himself, I've yet to figure out what school of mastery Mist is a part of. But whatever it is, it must be grand.
Well, if he's such a grand wizard, I would assume that he's a master of everything.
Perhaps. Be difficult to achieve, but Mist, it's possible. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm sorry. I try not to ramble, but when it's not a lecture, I end up doing so.
Shade gets up and he dusts himself off and says, "This is interesting as hell. However, I have business to attend to, and none of it is at this college."
Well, right now we're at my shop, but
That's what I meant.
feel free
At the
to
shop.
Go and explore. I will
Thank
not
you.
hold you here.
I didn't want to be rude.
Do you need any directions?
I find I'm at my best when I'm lost.
Me and you would really get along.
Oh, how lost we have been.
Go ahead and find yourself amongst the city.
See you when I see you. Shade departs.
All right, tell me what Shade's gonna do so I can get to that at a.
Shade is looking for a library that is not a magical library, or a bookstore that is not a magic bookstore.
You'll be heading more northeast, and I'll get to you later then. Right. Well, right. No, that I guess has leaved. Any other specific questions that you want answered?
Not for now, but thanks.
Right. You said you had some interest in Ocevia and Ocevian history, though.
Well, what exactly is your relationship with Acadia?
I find myself at best neutral with them. I am not in opposition, but I am not one to monger war.
What about Ocevia?
I am of the same standing, to be honest. I'm merely an Ocevian citizen by name.
And what about the relationship between Ocevia and Acadia? What's
In
the history there?
unfortunate circumstance.
Any past events one should know of in that regard?
Well, my encounter with the necromancer is concerned with coming into an Ocevian military officer. But well, I doubt you're too familiar with. Well, you've already surprised. Well, given that some of your reputation, you might know him, a General Telestrone.
Yes, we have heard of him.
Nah, he's a bastard.
Possibly, yeah.
No, he's, well, both literally a bastard and I personally call
Oh.
him a bastard because, and I personally call him a bastard because, and he lifts his shirt a bit as you see a massive chunk inside of him. He rotted a great section of my inside right there with a necromancy spell. I am not a fan of him.
Sorry to hear that.
Indeed.
Do you know where he lives?
Well, his main household is in the actual continent of, in the actual city of Ocevia. He lives amongst the nobles. He is, by all definition, a noble.
But you said he was a bastard. Is he was he accepted?
Yes, actually. Mostly on principle of strength.
Hmm.
I'm sorry if I offended. I realize that me just calling someone a bastard and just throwing out that fact is a slight bit rude, but...
Don't worry, I've called a lot of people bastards in the past few months.
Good. For me, it's mostly the lack of my right kidney that made me a bit ornery about it.
For me, it was mostly
Understandable.
dwarves.
And
Right. Yes. Right. If you want to know more about Telestroni, I can tell you quite a bit. I've done a bit of studying into him, and well, I could tell you a lot more than I care to admit.
Any especially juicy bits?
Well, he discipled under an Acadian, not refugee. God dang it. I can't say prisoner because he wasn't a prisoner at that point.
I'm not quite sure.
Criminal. There we go. Criminal. Why that? He apprenticed under an Acadian criminal, a very powerful necromancer who takes refuge in the dark forest. I don't exactly know specifics of that, but all we know that was known is that he left Ocevia as a bastard exile, came back as a super powerful necromancer, and quickly worked his way up to the ranks to get his position and reclaim his noble title. He's not exactly what I'd call liked among the military officers. He has a certain way with his policies where he isn't exactly the fairest.
This necromancer that you talked about, is anything known about that? About him?
Well, last I heard, he was locked up, and I heard that he'd been locked up and sent to, well, what's the name of that prison inside of Ocedia, the one they make a big deal out of? Highway.
Perhaps the corpse prison?
Yes, Corpse Prison, that one.
Exactly, yes. Interesting.
I've heard rumors that he originally wasn't even a member of Acadia, that he's some sort of from the wild continent, but I find that a bit hard to believe. Once again, I don't really try to spread rumors or anything that's not written down in a book as fact.
Okay. Well, I think you should. I think it is time to do your business with the gnome.
Right.
I will get to you if there are more questions.
If you have any more questions, I'm always... You will either find me here in this study, or you will probably find me at the college presenting lectures.
No, I will keep that in mind. Thank you for your time.
Of course. One of my apprentices will see you out. And give you directions should you need to get around. You seem a bit... No offense, you all seemed a bit new to the city.
Yeah, thank you. I will actually take Isis with me unless she resists, because I don't think she's...
No, she's not going to resist. She's very willing to leave.
Okay.
Alrighty. So where
At least Udadako.
I was gonna say, just where exactly are you and Isis going though, just so I can get that out of the way.
Well, given how things developed, I actually had a slightly different idea. Since this is basically fantasy Venice, can you have city tours on boats, basically?
As a matter of fact, yes.
Then that is what we.
And you've in fact already paid for one. That's what the one silver piece covers. An entire
Wait.
tour of the city.
Oh, that is convenient. But yeah, then we're just going sightseeing for a few hours.
Alrighty. Unadak, who's staying there with God have mercy. I don't want to mispronounce his name. Ulthor.
You're gonna have to talk to someone else for a moment. I'm about to get a phone call from my mother, apparently.
Okay. That's fine. We can switch over to Shade then. Because I believe he was next on the rolls. No, actually, it was not Shade. It was Cardav. Cardav or Belcar.
If I remember right, I said Josh could go before me.
Alright.
So.
It's whatever. I can go whenever.
I think we should do Cardav's first because his will be quick and Josh's is going to be a little long. I guarantee it.
Okay.
Okay.
Alrighty. So you and Murloc head towards the center of the city, the center of commerce.
I believe we were going by boat, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Murloc is sitting there looking at the water, dipping his hand in it, going and looks up at the boat drivers. He goes, "Can Murloc swim in this water?" The gondolier looks at him. Well, it's fresh water, so I'm not sure if a creature like you would be too comfortable. Murloc rolls his eyes. Fine, Murloc, no swim.
Been a while since either of us have been on water, huh, Murloc?
Murloc nods his head. Murloc would love nothing more than to go for, well, a long swim, but Murloc does not like the idea of being in fresh water. It makes Murloc a bit tired.
Aye. Maybe we could look into finding something like what you got for air for freshwater. Sometime.
Murloc would like that. All right. So by this point, you guys arrive at the main center of the city, and the main center of commerce is very hustly and bustly. Not as much so as the romance district was essentially the romantic districts where Kaladin and Lyra were, but it's pretty busy. There are plenty of shops and salesmen on the street. And one of the first places you guys see, in fact, is a place where someone is cooking, and he's currently in an argument with somebody. Do you wish to interject?
Well, from the sound of it, what's the argument about?
He is complaining that he did not cook the customer is complaining that he did not cook the food properly.
What's he saying back?
He's complaining that he just doesn't have any sense of taste and does not understand Ocevian cooking.
Gonna let them finish, then gonna walk up and talk.
All right, they argue for about 5 minutes until eventually the owner of the shop gives him his money back, and he walks away, and the shop owner just kind of sighs and hangs over the thing, shaking his head.
Cardiff walks over. Hey, I heard what that was about. Sounds like a unhappy customer of some sort.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot more of those nowadays. It's by the way, this is a rather short guy for an elf, and quite a bit chubby for an elf as well. As he goes, yeah, it's getting harder and harder to get tourists to, well, not even really tourists. A lot of people just don't understand how fine Ocevian cooking works nowadays. He believed I undercooked his food. It's just the way it's supposed to be prepared. You're not supposed to cook it fully all the way through, because if you do, it loses its flavor, it loses the savoriness, and then it will never taste as good.
I don't know too much about cooking here, but cooking, you gotta trust the chef. I mean, what a terrible customer.
He nods his head. He's like, "I like you. You do a lot of cooking."
I'm the chef on a ship.
Oh, interesting. Murloc chimes in as he goes, "Murloc is assistant chef on ship. Not many Sahagwin don't see many Sahagwin. Well, at least not um live and walking." Murloc's face turns a bit pale at that. Sorry, don't mean to scare you. It's just Sahagwin is considered a delicacy in Ocevia by some of the nobles.
Ugh. That's not a nice thought.
Murloc not sure he feel too comfortable with that thought. Right. So if you say you're a cook, right?
I
Well, I don't mind teaching you a few of my tricks very quickly, since you're so kind as to not just not call my food garbage, or at least try to see things from my side.
that would be great.
He pulls a cookbook from underneath his things. He's like, I've got a pretty big list of ingredients right now in the back, and I do have to prepare a rather large meal for a party that's ordered it, an actual party that will appreciate fine Ocevian cooking, and I could talk you through how to do some of the some of the techniques that you'll need. Let you know, teach you about some of the Ocevian spices, some of the meats we like to do here, the way we prepare it.
So give you a helping hand and we'll learn some things on the way. That sounds good to me. What do you think, Murloc?
Murloc fine with this. Murloc reaches into his bag and pulls out a chef hat. Murloc's been waiting to put on chef hat. You can't be a chef without the hat. I learned this from the Dark Baker. Alrighty. So you and Murloc essentially try and help this guy. I need to, craft cook.
Oh, please be a good roll. This is not the good time. This is not the time for a bad roll. Okay, that's acceptable.
Yes, both of your rolls are acceptable. You're a bit slower than he is, but all in all, you guys keep up with him fairly well, and prepare quite a large meal of Ocevian delicacies. Some of the things they have here: snails, some special kind of mussels, fish prepared in a very unique kind of way with some kind of vinegar sauce, a unique blend of spices served with some kind of exotic bird you've never heard of, and things like that. And you prepare this stuff in mass quantity, and after a while, this takes about 4 hours, and after a while he goes, well, I think that about covers everything that we need to do here, aside from the baking, but I'm having my wife bring over the baked goods. But you know what? You two were a bit of help. He reaches into his pocket for a moment. Here's 5 gold for the each of you for your time and for your services.
Well, thank you. The experience has been worth it.
Murloc nods his head as he goes, if we happen to be in town again and you ever get backlogged on cooking, expert chefs here. Well, Murloc not nearly as expert as Cardaff, but you know.
You could have fooled me, Murloc. You could have fooled me.
The man kind of laughs a bit as he goes, right. If you guys ever need to have any party or something catered here, I'm always right here in this city. You might want to pick up an Ocevian cookbook. They sell them for pretty cheap bit down the road. I have a pretty complex one, but I can't exactly part with this. But you guys should feel free to pick up a copy for yourselves.
I'll go take a look at that. Thank you. What was your name? You cooked for 5 hours for him, get paid, and didn't get his name?
Nope. And the worst part was I almost named him something god awful, because I was like, name the first thing that comes to your head. No, not that. Because the first thing that came to my mind was Jaw.
Hey, Sabat.
Was what?
The first name that came to my mind was Jaw Rule. I was like, no! Luckily, Luckily, I have a few name generators here, so that way you'll be able to find him again.
Because asking around for a chef would be very nondescript.
It's not. That's not gonna really work.
Yeah.
Ellerin Stardrul. Stardrul Catering.
Alright. I'm Carter Beanbreaker, and this is Murloc, and thank you again.
No problem.
I have returned, by the way.
Goody.
And they will go look for that shop with the cookbooks. Because as tempting as his is, that would just be bad karma.
Some honor amongst thieves.
Well, I mean, hey, he's a thief, but he's a chef, so
Alrighty.
gotta keep that in mind.
Actually, yeah, that is true. Let's see. Let's finish up gnomes, and then we're gonna go right into bell cars.
Okay.
All right. So, Uthor turns to you. Alrighty. So, now that the less interested parties have left, I have my book. He pats the stack of spell books. He's like, now, the value of these books is quite high. I've yet to be able to sell them because of their price, unfortunately.
I see.
But I'm willing to offer a discount for them, obviously. Oh, of course, if you were a student of mine, I'd be willing to offer an even greater discount, but I'm guessing from the look of the man who's left and the look that you have amongst yourself, you're not too interested in becoming a student here at my college.
I might be a little old to become a student.
Ah, you're never too old to be a student.
We'll see.
But right. Let's see. Right. So here's the. So you knew something about illusion thing. So here's the thing. I've been trying to try the illusions now. It's supposed to show a conjuration. Actually conjured creature. And it's supposed to be physical and have the ability to physically interact. I don't exactly need it to make sound, but I know that's the crazy part of it, is that I need to be able to almost physically interact with things.
So, I barely made out a word you said since you started talking.
Yeah. How about
I got physical interaction with illusion.
any better now?
Yes.
Okay. So he goes, alright. So what I really kind of need here is, I've been working on a solution. It's supposed to seem like a conjuration spell, and I want it to be able to be appropriate. Perhaps you are familiar with the spell Summon Monster.
I am.
Essentially, I want an illusion-based version of that. I want to have a physical variant to it, where it creates something that can physically interact with the world. Mind you, I'm perfectly understanding that any illusion will interact with will cause a sense of disbelief from those who interact with it, and they may make it willing to with that disbelief. But I had trouble getting it to stay physical. I'm not exactly sure why.
I see. Well, I have some experience with making illusions seem physical. A few shadow spells have the ability to do such.
He kind of thinks about for a moment. You mean like shadow conjuration?
Yes.
I asked my colleague at the college if he could provide me with a bit more insight. As I said, I've never actually casted a shadow conjuration spell myself. I've yet to be able to get my hands on a spell tome with the spell inside of it. But Perhaps that is what I'm missing here, some form of shadow conjuration. Might you be able to inform me of how it works?
I could
Or
certainly
even show me.
I could certainly give you some ideas on how it works, and I could even show you if you want.
Telling me and showing me would probably give the best results.
Well, we can do that. I think I will show him first, just for fun. Let's see. How about we do a shadow conjuration of... What is that? I can do a level 3 or lower, correct?
Yes.
So it would probably be a level 3 summon monster, or whatever it is. Conjure monster.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's throw out one of those and just... I don't even care what I summon. Something that won't burn the place down.
Let's go with some kind of celestial. We'll go with a bunch of celestial dogs then.
That'll do.
Alright. So, you cast a spell and it goes exactly as planned. He looks at for a bit, takes off his glasses, looks closely at them. And you see him take out his journal, and faster than you would even think possible, fills up like 8 pages of his book. And he goes, "That was great insight, actually."
Go ahead, touch one.
He goes ahead and touches it and begins physically interacting with it. He's like, "Amazing, and it still stays."
Yep. They're not as powerful if the person viewing them realizes that they're an illusion, but they do retain their physical being.
Perhaps if I were to apply a few principles here, it would definitely make the spell a bit more powerful, but it would cost a great more deal of mana in order to do this. Perhaps when I complete this spell... If I ever complete this spell, and you ever happen to make your way back to... Well, back here, would you be willing to try it out for yourself and see if it stands up to par as an illusion mage yourself?
I would love to.
Good. This is going to take a bit of work, mind you, but I think with what you've just shown me, you've more than adequately helped my research.
Great. Glad I could be of help.
There is one other thing that I wanted to work on in terms of the illusion school, if you don't mind.
Okay.
I've been trying to work on an illusion spell that how do I put this? It's supposed to work similar to a transmutation spell. It creates the illusion that you have become a different material, and how do I put it? It's not some primitive illusion where you know. Alright, essentially, if I want to coat something in a reflective coating, it doesn't just look like it's made out of a shiny metal. It actually will reflect the light, but it won't cause the actual change on the skin. If it sounds too crazy.
Essentially, you want to create a type of barrier just above the skin? Or
Yes.
an illusion that the skin has changed where it hasn't?
More the latter.
You want it to work, but not actually change anything.
Right. I want it to be that's the thing. I want to stress that I want to keep it as an illusion. Perhaps if you have any spell in your repertoire that you know that might provide me some insight.
The closest thing I can think of... It doesn't work on people, though.
Oh no, if it doesn't work on people, just try it anyway. I might be able to find some insight off of that, and maybe a practical way to apply it to people.
Dazzling Blade is my first thought.
Dazzling Blade? Never heard of that spell.
Essentially, it creates a reflectiveness or a shininess to a metal object.
Interesting.
But it doesn't actually change the properties of said object.
Even more interesting. He looks around, picks up a butter knife from the table. Perhaps can you demonstrate?
Sure. And we'll give that a shot as well.
I'm glad I had all these spells prepared today.
I do, believe it or not.
So, you do the demonstration once again. He nods his head, notes it down a bit. Good, good. Never seen this spell before, actually, so it's quite a bit of information I'm learning.
It was
Close his book.
it was quite handy in the Underdark.
Right, you said you had been in the Underdark. What exactly did your how exactly did your magical prowess help you survive down there?
It was interesting, though at times there were places where I was not in any shape to cast magic because of certain factors in the environment.
Right, I heard there's something down in the Underdark, called the Blight, that it inherently affects magic in some strange way.
Yeah.
Is there any information you can provide me on this Blight?
It's not pretty, but it should be mostly eradicated by this point. Mostly.
Oh, that's somewhat of a shame, actually.
I wouldn't say that.
Well, I figure there's always at least something to learn from things like that, so I judge no thing on the basis of evil or I judge nothing on the basis of evil or good, but look at it merely as something to learn and study.
What I learned from the Blight is that you should not go near the Blight. I died down there.
He looks at you a bit closely, takes off his glasses. You don't appear dead.
I got better.
Wait. I got better from dying.
Once again, continuing the Monty Python references.
I liked it.
No, I'm just sighing because Izzy didn't get it.
I know.
Oh. He goes, I'm assuming you most likely are either friends with a very powerful wizard if you're not one yourself, or you're friends with a very powerful cleric.
No, I'm friends with a dude that had a very powerful ring.
Ring of Resurrection?
Ring of Wish.
He had one.
Yeah.
Where in the world did he come in possession?
The Underdark.
That makes sense.
Gnome is beginning to inherit Izzy's big mouth syndrome.
I do not have a big mouth.
Bullshit!
Oh, why are you hanging around all of the little crew members? It's almost like you're doing your job as the Master of Whispers.
Oh God!
I ain't said that.
Yeah, you did.
When I say that?
Last time we played?
Actually, he's correct. You did do that.
Yep.
We have it on recording and everything.
Yep.
Yep, and it was just like you almost completely blew his cover where he now can't be in the same room as them without being suspicious now.
I almost blew it, but then we took it back.
No, we didn't take it back.
I could have sworn we did. It said we took it back because we changed them. Said no.
You didn't even remember it happening in the first place. You have no leg to stand on.
All right.
I thought. Never mind. I thought it was a different way. A different way.
At any rate, let's get back to this. Right, but I'm sorry. I'm just asking you a bunch of questions and having you do all this stuff for me, and then I'm not even giving you anything back in return.
A discount would be nice.
I'm willing. He slides over to the books. And he's like, I'm willing enough to just give you these two for free. These two are back when I had a mastery of 6th level spells.
Ooh.
But and when I say 6th level, you know I don't mean level 6. I mean 6th.
I know.
He's like, this is back when I had a mastery of 6th level spells, so it should provide some use to you.
I like that that's an in-character thing.
Yeah.
Actually, the spell level thing is in fact a in-character thing where you go, this is a spell of the 1st level.
So it's not like Mage the Awakening where it's like apprentice, you know. It's
No, they don't have any fancy titles like that.
That'd be so much cooler.
It's sort of like it, but those are the. It's like this is the 9th layer of hell. This is the first level spell.
Right. Yeah. No,
Or
I
the
get
first level.
that.
But
It's
I
a
do agree with you, Josh. It would be a lot better if they had like names and titles for them like they do in Mage. And perhaps we'll probably look into doing something like that in the future.
It seems less cool, is all I'm saying.
I completely agree with you.
I like my fancy names, thank you very much.
I can make use
Alright.
of these anyway.
Right. I'll provide the rest of you with a discount if you are willing to regale me with a bit more of your some of your adventures and your exploits that you've had in your travels.
We might be able to do that. I'm not the one to ask on some situations, as I've had more, well, I've tried to keep out of some of the storytelling.
He nods and said, I can understand that. What exactly is it that you do for a living on board the ship? Are you perhaps the ship's mage or something like that?
I'm the engineer, actually.
I do have a profound respect for engineers. If that's the case, what kind of ship are you driving?
Herp derp, 4 months since we've done this.
Okay,
Havoc
you
class
are
or something?
Tempest. You are not at. Oh God, you guys don't have a Havoc class. Thank God. But no, you guys have a Tempest class ship, and if you need to know anything else, you have a Class 4 engine. You have the two. You have the two Class 3 arcane cannons, the one Class 3 boom cannon, and the 3 boom turrets.
I don't need to give out that much information.
Yes, exactly. He goes, so what kind of ship are you piloting?
We've got a nice little Tempest class ship, but that's all we really have. Nothing fancy.
The Tempest. Are you This is just a curiosity, but I've seen some rather interesting ship designs where, rather than using an arcane engine, well, you know how they have their classic propulsion drive in on a ship. Well, it was I think 3 months ago I saw a ship come into port where it had this interesting mechanism where instead of the arcane engine being the main source of propulsion, it had some sort of gravity sails on it. A fellow by the name of what was his name?
Click.
I believe his name was Ishmael. Ishmael Squint. Yes, that was his name.
Is that what we should call him?
Yes.
We should call him Ishmael?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I will call him Ishmael.
His name was Ishmael Squint. When he came into my shop, he was rather hardy guy, quite a fun-loving fellow. Got along with him really well. Shame he was a pirate. Otherwise, I would have made sure to become much better friends with him. But he said he was going on about that he was going to be going on some adventure to the wild continent. If you ever happen to see the man, let him know that I miss him dearly and I would enjoy his company once again inside my room.
I will let him know. Sounds like an interesting ship.
But yes, I get. I digress though. He let me take a look at his ship for just a mild moment, and it's very interesting stuff that his ship had. It's like it's technology that I think of slightly above what we have here in Ocevia and slightly above what they have in Acadia. These grav sails allow for a degree of mobility and agileness that you don't see in your standard ships.
Very interesting.
I have no idea where he got them, but they were impressive to behold.
If I ever run across him, I'll see if I can get some information.
Right. If you happen to get any more information on these grav sails and happen to write a book about it, I would be more than willing to peruse that book.
I'll keep it in mind.
Right, but I'll offer you a discount on the rest of these books. 50% discount on the rest of them.
Do I dare ask how much they cost?
Well, OOC, even 50% on these books, they are going to cost you pretty much a ship to buy.
Oh, good. And how much is that?
Well, even with a 50% discount, all the 3 remaining books together total to 60,000 gold.
That's a little steep for my personal finances at the moment.
Unfortunate. I would try and offer you a greater discount, but I honestly can't go any lower, to be honest.
No, I perfectly understand. Knowledge can be worth quite a bit.
And these books do have a bit of personal, well, treasure to me. These were, as I said, these are books which I used myself when I was younger, when I was still learning the ropes and tricks of the trade.
Well, I may come back in time for them, but at the moment, I may not have need of them.
Not to say, it's like, the 2 books you have will certainly do you fine.
I hope so. Now, the other thing I'm looking for, do you know where I may find some metamagic rods, by chance?
I am actually in possession of quite a few metamagic rods. I actually made a business out of selling them.
Ah, wonderful.
Well, that and wands. Wands and metamagic rods, and, well, rods in general. Rods, staffs, and wands. I'm a specialist in making them. I'm not really good with rings. That's more of my colleagues' specialty.
Rings are nice. I could use a nice ring.
Right, but if you need to purchase a metamagic rod, what were you looking to purchase?
Well, I suppose that depends on what you have. Assuming you don't have everything.
Well, I don't have everything, but... Give me a moment, I'm scrolling up. He, of course, being a conjuration mage, he has a metamagic rod of extend, because he oftentimes would need to, you know, be able to extend his spells. I also have one. I also have one of enlarge. I have one of thundering. I have one of maximize spell. It came in handy back when I was doing some evocation spells. I also have one of quicken, but it's rather expensive. I also have one of empower, which is also a very nice one for when I was doing evocation spells. And I have one of dazing. That one was a gift from a while back that I got from my associate.
Oh, that's expensive.
Is there any kind you're looking for in particular?
Well, I suppose it depends on what that quicken would cost me, but I imagine it would be a bit more than I could afford.
Well, sometimes when we have certain students enroll inside the college, as a graduation gift, we sometimes award them metamagic rods of such, and that's why I've made a business out of selling them. If you were to happen to enroll inside the college, I'm very certain that you would be able to graduate quite quickly with your knowledge of theory, and would be able to make out with a rod, metamagic rod, mind you, quite quickly.
How quickly are we talking?
Well, the general coursework is usually a 6-year study, but given your aptitude for spell work, I'd say you could graduate in 2 years.
Unfortunately, I have no intent to stay around that long.
Does not sound like a very profitable way to do things.
I have no intent on staying in one place for that length of time.
Very unfortunate.
So let's see, you said extend, empower or enlarge?
Both.
Oh, okay. What were the others?
He also had one of quicken. He had one of dazing, and one of stunning.
Thundering. Yes.
He also had one of maximizing, and because it makes sense to have that when you're casting evocation spells.
Yeah, that one is tempting, but more than I can afford from the looks of it. Reminding me, how many platinum are in a, or how many gold are in a platinum? Is it 10 or 100?
It is. We were doing 100. 100 gold equals a platinum.
Okay. Well, that's a good thing. That extends my finances by a lot. I've got a lot of platinum stashed away. like a lot of platinum.
This may turn out better for you.
Let's see. Yeah, that could help. Let's see. So I've got about... Ooh, that's... Is he giving me the 50% discount on these two?
No, he is not.
Damn. Because I could buy just about anything with that. Hell, I could get the Quicken with that 50%. Oh, damn near. Yeah, I could. Just. Like, just.
Keep in mind, there is the difference between lesser, normal, and greater. Lesser ones can only be used with 3rd level or lower spells. Normal ones can be with 6th level or lower, and greater ones are with 9th level or lower.
Yeah, that's why I was looking at the normal. A normal Quicken Rod is 75,000 gold.
Yeah.
Would you believe I have exactly half of that?
Actually, I could. It's so bad because you're not gonna get that discount. I'm sorry, you're not gonna get that kind of discount for it.
I know. Let's see. I could easily get the Thundering. I have enough to outright buy the Thundering. Very tempting. Well, not getting the Dazing.
Hold on, I have a phone call. Just think about your choices while I answer the phone.
Ooh, I could get a Greater Enlarge. Is anyone else here?
I am.
Okay. Everyone was just quiet.
Well, it was you're doing your thing, so yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
Gnome's role playing. No one wants to stop him.
No recommendations?
I don't know what
The rape
fucking
train
Okay.
does not stop.
And I'm back.
So I can afford a Greater Extend, a Standard Empower, a Greater Enlarge, or a Standard Thundering.
Thundering's pretty badass. You're deaf now, nigga.
Yeah. Remind me, does deafness prevent being able to cast a spell, or is that only in?
No.
Okay.
I actually think there is a penalty associated with casting a spell deaf. There's a 20% chance of spares when casting spells with verbal components if you're deaf.
Ah, okay. I thought that might be the case. So that would be really good for preventing mages from doing shit.
Yes. People who are deaf for a long time apparently overcome this, though. They're like, if
Well.
you're deaf for a very long time, you don't give a shit.
Or you just make sure all of your spells no longer have verbal components.
Yes, that's so true.
Or you're not distracted by not being able to hear the sound of your own voice.
Or that.
I keep on looking at this GIF that Zai linked earlier, and it keeps on making me laugh so much.
The spaghetti one?
Yes!
Is it really the first time you've seen that GIF?
Yes, yes it is.
Okay. TG loves that GIF
It's true.
because TG is full of spaghetti.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Let's
Yes.
see. I'm just trying to decide what I want to get here. Because Empower's so good.
I was gonna say, roll a dice on it.
Get power.
It's supposed. The reason why Cybot is getting empowered because he knows if you die, he can steal it for himself.
All variable numeric effects on an empowered spell are increased by half, including bonuses to those dice rolls.
So let me remind you what an empowered fireball can do. I'm going to do this by merely saying the words "empowered fireball."
But empowered fireball isn't maximized fireball.
I'm gonna say the words.
Empowered fireball is potentially greater than maximized fireball.
You've seen my rolls,
without
right?
even trying.
It killed Mork in one hit.
I thought that was a maximized, not an empowered.
It wasn't maximized.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Maximized is all variables roll max. Empowered is
All variables can deal.
However, maximized does not include the does not include the bonuses.
Fireball doesn't get a bonus.
Oh, that's true. Oh yeah, it's just hi. Here's some fire.
Yeah.
I heard you like fire.
Like, empower can actually empower a magic missile on top of that.
Oh yeah.
Have you ever cast empowered magic missiles? It's hilarious.
So it'd be
How
what?
much damage does
Is it 1d4 plus or 1d6 plus 2?
All variable numerics of an empowered spell are increased by half, including bonuses to those dice rolls. I'm going to look up.
That would be 1d6 plus 1.5.
So
Yes.
1d6 plus 2.
Yes.
It is 1d4 plus 1, right? For magic missile?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So it would be 1d6 plus 2.
Yes.
That's
Yeah,
not
that's what it is.
bad.
Dude, imagine firing off 5 of those.
Well, yeah. I mean,
That don't miss.
do I get that at level 11? Or is that level
Yes,
13?
in fact, you do.
It is level 11 that I can fire 5. Oh.
Now imagine fire 5 of those and I'll all get ones.
They
How
will.
salty you get.
No,
Oh,
they'll get 3.
No. You've seen my rolls. Let's see. Doink, 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 doink. Close enough.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate right there.
Yeah. 5 was the lowest one I had available.
7, 8, 7, 7, 7, 4, 6, 3, 8, 5, 7, 6, 4, 7, 5, 7, 7, 5, 7, 5, 8, 6.
I hate your
8.
rolls.
7, 7, 7, 7.
Just saying. I hate your rolls.
8 being the max. That was a lot of 7s.
What's a lot of 7s?
Maybe 7's your lucky number. Hey. Hey.
No, my lucky number is actually 8. Thank you.
So extend in.
Does it extend? That's what I think it does. It basically extends something.
It lasts twice as long as normal.
Good job, Izzy.
Shut the fuck up, UA.
If extend does what I think it does, it extends something.
Okay, so all right, this is how it's supposed to work. You take you take the 1d4 plus. This is how it would normally work, because I had to look it up for a moment. It essentially means you multiply all damage you roll with the dice by 1.5. So if you take 1d4, if you roll 1d4 plus 1.
So if I roll a 4, or I roll a 3 plus 1, I get a 4. Times that by 1.5, and I
then
get a
you get
6.
6.
Okay.
Yes, that's how Empower Spell would work.
Okay.
I was like, I know I'm doing something wrong here because I do this for Astrid all the time, and I have to look it up every time.
So essentially,
every heal spell she casts is empowered.
So essentially, my fireballs would just be my usual shitty damage times 1.5.
Yes.
Because
It's still higher than normal.
my fireballs suck 90% of the time.
Unless you hit allies.
Essentially, almost doing double damage.
Extend doesn't have much use, unfortunately. I have very few spells that are not either concentration or instantaneous.
Think about it like this. Imagine Donald with extended greater cleave.
That is not what that does.
That's not how it works.
Oh, doesn't?
No.
No.
Oh, well, whatever.
Extend.
Increases the duration.
Yeah. Extend makes the spell last longer. So if it said this lasts for 4 rounds, it then lasts for, I think, 8 rounds. It doubles
well,
it.
never
So
mind.
that
Alright,
plus
so
black
it's more
tentacles.
like this. if spells are penises, then the extend spell is Viagra.
Okay, gotcha.
There you go. Well, that's
Up to and including the part where if it lasts for 4 hours, more than 4 hours, you must consult a doctor.
yes.
Gotcha, I got it.
Consult a healer. And then I cast permanency because screw you.
I would rather you not cast permanent penis.
Are you sure? Because I'm pretty sure that would be hilarious.
I'm sorry, doctor.
Do it on
Blue magic.
Kaladin's Kaladin's top air balloon.
Spaghetti everywhere.
Why? Why are you doing this?
Because I hate you, Trebek.
Just hit one of the leviathans with it.
Alrighty.
Because-
penis on the leviathan.
Because I hate everyone.
Also no. We'll get. Well, I'll tell you what spells are in those 2 spell books next week. Is how it's gonna work. But I need you to pick out that rod quickly so we can get to what Josh has to do, and so that we can wrap this session up for today.
Thundering or Empower or... Well, Thundering or Empower is essentially what I'm stuck between right now.
I say, well, Empower's good.
Empower is good.
And Thundering would be useful. But it'll probably only be useful by mages. I mean,
Let's-
that's basically me.
Let's get myself an Empower.
Yeah.
And thundering would be cool against enemy boarding parties, or before a boarding party.
True.
Yeah. And if you're worried about Thunder, oh, never mind. That's not very predictable or useful. Never mind. I was about to say I can thunder people, but yeah.
Let's get Empower.
Alright. Empowered is, you know how much the empowered one costs, right?
32,500.
Yup.
Yup. Guess how much money I have?
Exactly that.
32,680.
Ooh, boy.
I've been saving up, man.
It's just like you shout, worth! Worth! You run out of the store shouting it. Worth!
Yeah, totally worth it.
Also, no one laughed at the Quicket joke.
I didn't see it.
Oh man,
I haven't-
accounting software jokes are best jokes.
Alrighty, so
I hoarded 147 platinum for that.
he looks at you. Dear Lord, where in the world have you been getting so much platinum?
Dwarves have a lot of platinum.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah. He reaches into the back and pulls out an empowered meta magic rod and hands it to you. It is taller than yourself, mind you.
I am okay with this.
As he goes, make sure no one steals it or breaks it. Those things are expensive. As
You're
you-
telling me. And believe me, with this thing, I don't think anybody's going to try and steal from me.
He nods and says, he's like, I'm guessing me and you are through with our business for today, though.
For now. We will
You
likely
have a
return.
wonderful day, and I'm sure that you, at least in some part, want to see the Leviathans passing overhead, so I hope you enjoy the sight, if this is your first time seeing it.
I may take a gander.
Alright, with that, he waves you off, and I'm assuming you go back to your ship to go store new spell books.
Yes. I have 180
Alrighty.
gold left.
And what Cybot and Isis are going to do is not going to be. I'm not being mean, but it's not going to be relevant until the Leviathan show up. Same thing with Kaladin and Lyra.
No problem.
Same thing with Cardav and Murloc. UA, yours is. Do you want to resolve yours quickly? Because I'm pretty sure what Josh is going to do is going to take the rest of the session.
Mine's pretty short. It's
Yeah, that's
do
why I'm
shit,
asking.
go back to ship, do other shit.
Okay, let's do that then. Alright, so you look for a regular library, and you find one! Quite nearby.
Hot diggity.
When you walk up to the receptionist at the library looks at you. Can I help you?
Hello. basically what I do is when I go from town to town, I look for books that I can fill my study with. It's kind of my way of getting souvenirs. What's your local literature like?
Well, we have quite a large selection of literature here. We have a lot of stories and stuff. Ocevia is rich with playworks, romance novels, and many other various things. We've had lots of great writers come from Ocevia, after all.
Describe the receptionist.
It is a half-elf woman, middle-aged. More description necessary?
You look like you have a good taste in books. What do you like?
I prefer romance novels written by, and she lists off random author's name. He has an interesting way with words. I tend to try and avoid the works of, and I think I do actually have a specific name written down for this guy. Let me search. Alright, to put it frankly, the guy whose name I'm about to list, he writes stuff like the lusty Argonian maid.
So, really good.
Sold. I concur. The Lusty Argonian Maid is the best book in Skyrim.
Perhaps
Well,
Curio
literature.
is the best NPC in Morrowind. So, there you go.
God.
You people sicken me!
Yeah?
Casades knows how to write a book, nigga.
It's
But
true.
Lizard Tail is so cute.
Yeah! You sicken me, sir. Sicken me.
Scaly's all up in here.
I know.
Like, you guys have never played Morrowind.
Hey,
I
hey,
have
hey, hey,
Morrowind.
hey. I have played the shit out of Morrowind. I
It's
broke
about
my
Tilden
disc, I played it so
Maid
much.
With the name Lifter Tail.
I'm
Think
talking
about
about
that.
the author. I'm talking about the author. You guys talk about the lizard. There's like a disconnect here.
I said he knows how to write a book.
No, you said the wrong NPC. Anyway, whatever.
Yeah, I did. I messed that up. You're right. I know who I mixed it up with.
Indeed found the name. Nope, wrong section. Damn.
One of each. One from the one she hates and one from the one she likes.
Okay, that's actually a good idea, actually.
I'm full of those.
Okay, so the first one she names, she names is Guineer Brush Sailor, and the last one she names is Noburos Lizard Master.
Lizard.
The potential. Get both.
Okay, there are quite a few books written by both of these authors.
Their latest.
All right. With Lizard Master, his latest book is part of a series.
Aw, that sucks. I'll just have to get the first in the series then.
Alrighty. I'm assuming you're going to stay in the library and read them.
No, I'm purchasing books.
Oh, okay, that's fine then. All right, so you're going to just probably come back to the front and purchase them, or are you going to? Yeah, we'll just do that. So you go ahead. So you go ahead and purchase them, and I'll say that when you go back to the ship and start reading them.
Nope.
Nope. Okay.
I go back to the ship to arrange the courier to meet us at Ocevia.
That's pretty smart. Alright, and it is done.
Cool.
Okay, now we finally get to Belcar and
Yes. Okay, so my plan is to do some bounty hunting.
Donna. Alright, when you say that to Donna, she's like, I don't know why me and you don't get along, but I really don't.
We don't get along?
No, I mean, why we don't get along better?
I don't know.
You and I seem to have a similar interest in what we like to spend our free time doing.
I enjoy hunting people down and possibly killing them, yes.
Maybe not quite the same. I enjoy just punching people in the face.
Means to an end. Anyway, Donna, I wanted to see what you thought about my plan. I'm going to try and find someone who has a bounty on their head. This person, I think, will probably be a good source of information, seeing as if we don't think that he's being free enough with us, we can simply kill him and collect money at the end and find another one. So, that is my plan as to how we are going to extract information for our dear captain.
I like this plan.
Well, let's get to it.
Alrighty. So, you guys head out into, well, mostly because you guys didn't really have to travel by boat, you're at the area where you would find out where the list of bounties are, because this is where the bars are.
Well, that is perfect for my purposes.
Alright, so, you guys head to the closest local bar, the Bartlesby Inn.
Okay.
And, when you guys head inside, it's fairly crowded inside, and there's quite a few people talking. A few shady characters inside, no one that looks overtly like they need to be arrested, though. When you walk in, the barkeep nods at you, though.
I'll nod and go up and order a glass of Amasec. I mean...
That 40k reflex.
Of something.
Alright. He gives you a glass of the strongest stuff he has in the house.
Okay. I'll ask him what he knows about local law enforcement.
He shakes his head, he goes, local law enforcement is pretty good here. Ocevia has one of the second lowest crime rates. Well, Thohirin has, God have mercy on my soul, I cannot think. I don't know how. Alright. Fariona has the, one of the lowest crime rates in all of Ocevia.
Well, even so, surely you have some criminals who pass through from time to time.
Well, it certainly can't say that's not so, especially during this time where we have such high traffic.
How is it that you deal with these criminals?
Well, we have a small little board that we post up there. We have a few people's names, if we can, a picture of their faces. You turn them into the cops, and you get a pretty generous pay for it.
How would I go about finding this board you speak of?
Well, there's one in every bar.
Oh.
He points to the one behind him. He's like, one right there, in fact.
Well, isn't that convenient? Thank you very much. I'll sit and enjoy my drink for a little while, and then I will go and check out the board.
Alright. So, there's a list of around 20 or so names, and with 7 or so having pictures associated to the name. You notice that one of the ones that that's on the board is actually, you see Enoch's name on the board.
I will go ahead and take that one right down.
What have I fucking missed? What?
He did some bad shit.
Oh, God damn it.
Should have been here. Don't worry, it'll be on the recording.
Okay.
That's actually a curious one. But yeah, you know, there are a few other ones. There was a picture for Enoch for Enoch's name, by the way, so no one knows what Enoch looks like. But it's good to get his name off that wall.
Yeah, especially if he's going to walk around and tell people his name, as I imagine he's been doing.
You could draw
That has already done.
You could draw the C into like a G. And just leave it like that.
Enoch.
Well, and then the N to an M,
No, I'm just going to tear
the
it down.
H to a B.
Alrighty. So, looking at some of the faces, you recall, at least on your way walking to this bar, seeing one of the faces.
I will go ahead and grab that one.
Donna looks at you. She goes, "You find an interesting one?"
This one looks a little bit familiar to me. Did you see him on our way in?
She looks around. I don't see him here anymore. He was.
No. But he shouldn't be too hard to track down, I don't think.
Alrighty.
Alright, so I'm going to try and track this guy down. What is the bounty for exactly?
Um, uh, he has larceny and rape.
Ah, looks like a fun one. I don't think you'll object to us catching
He
him, Donna.
nods her head. Nods her head. Yes.
All right.
Right.
Should I roll like
Larc-
profession bounty hunter to try and track him down, or?
Roll me survival tracking.
Okay. What do you mean survival track?
Well, you know, tracking is a subdivision of survival.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, and I have the tracking, boop, 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 feat. Is that a feat? I have something having to do with tracking. Yeah, I have track.
Alrighty.
Well
So-
as scent.
Using your tracking skills, your unique ability to intimidate certain people into giving you information, and your ability to talk to rats, which there are quite a few rats in this city who are more than willing to share their information with a fellow rat. You managed to track down this guy who is a he's human. He is about 6'2".
Mhm.
He has a pedophile mustache, which I make very certain to say that.
Sounds legit.
And he has no weapons on his person.
Sounds wonderful.
And when you find him, he is talking to some lady in an alleyway.
Okay, so I say, Donna, you mind waiting around a little bit?
She nods her. She's like, "If you mean cutting off his way of escape,"
Correct.
she stands right in the entrance of the alleyway.
Okay, I'm going to draw my swords and walk toward him.
Roll me stealth.
I don't know. Not that great at stealth.
Brilliant. All right. So he doesn't even see you coming. I mean, I was like, "Yeah, baby, yeah, I work for a modeling agency, and I'm just gonna we'll go back to my place. We'll take a few pictures and stuff. It'll be just all fine."
Let me guess, he's got a black couch too.
Son of a bitch.
In comes Belcar.
Once I walk up close enough, I am going to pull my swords on him and instruct Mr. Scruffy to prepare to attack. With my offhand, I'm going to show the woman the bounty list or whatever that I took off of the wall and tell her, "Trust me, you want to leave right now."
She nods her head and begins to run as the guy goes, "Yo, man, I don't know who you think I am, but I'm not who you think I am. I'm not who you think I am."
Who I think you are is someone who's coming with me. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you yet.
Yet.
He's very quiet.
It's in your best interest to come with me.
All right, so he walks with you.
Okay, as we walk past Donna, I signal her to come with us, obviously.
All right, and she does so.
Okay, we're going to take him somewhere nice and quiet where we can have a little chat.
Actually, that alleyway would be perfect for that.
Oh, okay, then we're going to the alleyway. Okay, so I'm going to tell him, so there's two ways this can go. Either you can help me, or I can stab you repeatedly until you die.
I'm up for not being stabbed repeatedly until I die. How
Yep,
can I help
most people usually are. Okay, so we need to know some things about what's going on in this city.
Ooh, what do you want to know? It's one of the largest events that's happening. It's like the ultimate romantic event. The sky leviathans are going overhead.
You tell me what I want to know and cut the crap about the leviathans. I don't give a shit.
Okay. You have to tell me what you want to know, man. It's only fair.
Who are the big players? Who are the people we should be looking to avoid? Is there anyone who might be trying to infringe on my business of hunting down people like you?
Well, I don't think there's anyone that's like, trying to purposely go out of the way to keep us from, being people like me from being hunted down, but yeah. if you're looking for some of the big players in town, you'd have to head up to some of the more residential districts. I hear there's a mob organization up there, man. They bring in tons of cash, hire a few people like me every once in a while, and they hire any prospective people who they think they are major. Well, they make one of the major trading companies. I think it's Jabberwock. Yeah.
You are going to come with me for a little bit, so you can talk to a friend of mine.
He looks over at Donna. And he's like, the big one, I'm guessing.
Oh no, a mutual friend of ours. Have you ever heard of someone named Enoch?
His eyes kind of widen a bit. He's like, you mean the Enoch who single-handedly, and by gross exaggeration, by the way, who single-handedly wiped out the Orc fleet in Jaegerden?
Yeah, that one. That's the one. Yeah.
Visibly gulps. And what is he gonna do to me?
Well, if you're helpful, nothing. If you aren't helpful, we'll probably stab you repeatedly until you die.
That seems to be a recurring trend.
Yep.
All right, I'll come with you.
Okay, good choice.
I should also point out at this as you're walking down the as you're you hear a voice from at the end of the alleyway. Are you sure you want Enoch to be meeting with that kind of riffraff trash?
Well, he's not the only one we're going to grab.
By the way, you hear that this voice is not Thomas. This is Ultras.
Oh, this is Ultras. Okay, I look over and I say, well, do you have a better idea?
She appears from out of the shadows, as if she'd been there for quite some time.
I'm not surprised, by the way, of her following me and my doing this.
Well, we could always just turn him over to the authorities.
Where's the fun in that?
You're right. I have a better idea. You see, when his breakfast that I gave him was just not big enough, so if you don't mind leaving him with me for a bit, I can assure he won't be talking to anyone for quite some time.
Well, the problem with that is that he might be of use to us. Captain asked me to get some information. I find that local sources are usually the best for information.
We should probably be trying for bigger fish than this guy if we want to get good information then.
Well, that's true. I thought that he could lead me to someone else. Hey, buddy, do you think you could lead someone else, or should I just leave Umbra over here until you decide that you can?
Umbra pops his head out.
Darkness.
Bring me more flesh to rip from the bone. As he goes, I think I'm more than willing to help. And that thing is away from me, please.
So you think you'll be able to provide us information? Because I can tell you, the captain does not really like, being bothered with useless people.
I think I'm fairly certain I got some use for information, man. Just don't kill me. Don't stab me repeatedly. Don't leave me with this thing. Just get me out of this alleyway. Let me go. I'll tell you everything you want to know.
Oh, man, and Belcar's looking hungry. Mr. Scruffy's looking hungry. I have to say this is somewhat disappointing.
He looks down at the giant dire rat next to you. Jesus. I'm in a city full of psychopaths.
Okay, so we're going to take him back and see what he does.
Alrighty. So you take him back to the ship, sit him down. And he goes, so where is the notorious Captain Enoch?
Well, first you're going to tell us what you know, and then we're going to decide if it's important enough to bring to Enoch's attention. I suggest that you make sure that it is.
Let's see. I know where some of the local drug operations run out of.
Okay, you see, we aren't really crime fighters, we're more crime doers.
No, I'm talking about you get in on the crime stuff, man. You get in on that drugs, you make a good, decent profit making and selling them.
I don't know, what do you think, Ultras? Is it worth not killing him?
Well, I'm not certain. I'm really not certain. I don't know how to feel about this. Donna, I think he needs a bit more persuasion. I think he's holding back.
I think I agree. Donna, why don't you see what you can do to persuade him? She's very persuasive.
Donna gets the cue. Bam! The big punch right in the stomach. Ugh. Okay, I'm holding back. You're right. Pukes on the ship floor. That's just unpleasant.
Well, that's getting up the ship for weeks. Thank you.
I know he ain't fucking talking.
As he goes, all right. What do you guys want? I'll tell you whatever you want. I'll tell you. I'm just a small fry, man. I'm just a small fry. I can all I can do is introduce you to someone bigger than me.
Perfect. Who do you have in mind?
My boss. I'll send you to my boss.
What does your boss do exactly?
He's one of the more upper guys inside the city. Has some of the ties to the bigger guys who work in Jabberwock.
What is this Jabberwock?
Well, on the surface, it's just a trade guild. But underneath that, we do some seedy stuff, man. Drug trade, illegal smuggling, pirating, slave trading. We have our hands in a bit of all of it.
Interesting. Well, the slave trading part sounds promising.
You're into slave trading? Dude, I totally got you covered on that.
You could say that. I'm not certain that you would want to say that.
I can totally get you in on that, man. I know this guy who's really good with slaves. Get you a good price on him. He can introduce you to a guy who'll teach you how to sell them and shit. It'll be great.
I turned to Dustin. Now, I think, you know what? I just think that we have someone who he might need to meet.
I agree. I absolutely agree.
We've got this guy who's really into slaves, man.
He kind of smiles. He's like, I'm glad you guys are such rational people.
Okay, so tell us a name. Tell us where we can find this guy.
All right. The guy's name is Benny. He lives up in the north section of the city. You can't miss him. If you try and contact some of the lower level drug guys, they'll lead you right to him.
Perfect. What do you say? I say we leave him here and introduce him to Kaladin a little bit later on.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your help. I'm sure that we'll be getting back to you very soon.
So, you guys are going to let me go later, right?
Right. There's just someone we think you probably ought to talk to about this whole slave trade thing. Like I said, he is very into slaves.
All right. And I believe we'll call that the conclusion to Josh's thing.
Okay.
That poor bastard.
I was about to get my popcorn, man. I was about to go in the microwave and pop it.
Alrighty. So, we'll get back. Well, when Kaladin gets back from his little adventure with Lyra, yeah, things probably are going to turn out well for this guy.
Should I put butter on it or cheese?
Get it into slaves. Eh? Eh?
Why would
No,
we
I
put
got it.
him with this Kaladin? Because he's not the one with the slaves.
But he's into slaves. Eh? Eh? Eh?
They're both going to meet
As a matter of
Kaladin.
fact, he actually is. Right.
Just this one's gonna meet him first.
Yup.
Alrighty. So,
There could be an
But the-
explosive connection.
now for Kaladin and Lyra specifically, since they're since they're close up to this, most of you who have an open vision of the sky right now can look up and see that the sky right now is kind of a deep purplish color with starry nights, a bit of the blue swirling clouds and stuff. And suddenly in a swirl of light, you see something huge flying over. Not just like, not airship size, but 3 times airship size flying overhead. It looks sort of like the shape of a blue whale, except imagine longer fins on both sides, and longer fins, and a secondary and third set of fins. Something that looks like silvery, almost luminescent wings on its back, and it seems to almost swim through the air. It has a luminescent color, come on bluish purplish. With every once in a while, it'll flash a kind of yellow, kind of luminescent yellow, and it makes a beautiful singing sound as it goes through the sky.
So they're space whales.
No,
Yes.
sky whales.
Yes, why not? And yes, they are sky whales. Most of you are seeing this from a distance. It's an impressive sight to behold. Calvin and Luke, who are up in the balloon, get a very, 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 very close-up view of this. I hear.
Did he? I think you might have said he's gonna be back.
Would not surprise me.
Like a while ago, he said,
hasn't said-
tuition. Was he running an errand with his brother?
He mentioned he had to get his brother somewhere.
Well, that is unfortunate, but he and Lyra will be the last ones to return to the ship. So in kind of small amount of order, everyone returns back to the ship. The first to come back is Shade. And when he arrives, of course, he sees the sight of the pedophile mustache guy tied down inside the bottom cargo bay of the ship.
Who put you here? Is he gagged?
He is gagged.
I slowly move the gag onto his chin. Who put you here?
The rat and...
Oh, okay. No, put it back. I go and look for the rat.
You find him inside...
Hang on. I look for the dinosaur.
The dinosaur looks at you. And nods his head.
Behave. Now I go look for the rat.
Alright. So, you find the rat, hanging in his own room.
Hopefully not hanging.
Yes, not hanging, but he's in his room grooming Mr. Scruffy.
Whose birthday is it?
Kaladin's.
He doesn't like slaves.
Right.
So what is he? He's not a slave then?
He's a slave trader. Or at least he's somewhat involved in the slave trade. We're gonna get to the higher ups later on.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to know.
Yeah. Okay.
Later.
Jade, business as usual.
Well, at least some person on the ship has to be sane.
I'm mostly sane.
Might as well be the dead one. Only the dead know peace from this insanity.
Alright. The next group of people to arrive back from their journeys are Cardev and Murloc. Murloc sees the guy gagged and bound, and he goes, "That one's been busy." Cardav, do we let him go?
Sorry, I had a problem. Skype wouldn't unmute me. Is it testing?
You're
Yeah,
here.
We can hear you now.
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay. Well, should probably find out why he's here first.
Murloc removes the gag as he goes, "Hi, I'm Murloc, and oh god, it's a gigantic fishman, and Murloc no longer cares what you have to say."
Yeah, put it back up. Let's go.
Oh,
Alrighty.
he came back at some point. Because now he BRB'd again.
Huh.
Damn it, Zai.
Or maybe it was just a delayed BR.
Maybe he's just really, really, really quiet.
That could also be.
Or maybe he's muted. Because, well, no, because we were sitting here talking about him.
Yeah, you would think that he would have responded.
He said, "Be right
No,
back."
I'm picking up my brother.
Okay.
Okay. Next Alright, so this is after the sky leviathans have started appearing in the sky, and everyone who's gone out to see them has now seen them. It is now Enoch and Isis who return back. Isis is in a bit of a better mood now than before.
Success. So I stare at our guest for a few seconds. So, what's theory, Isis?
I'm guessing rat.
That would be my guess too.
I
tried to calm ring the Velka.
Yes.
Are you responsible for the gag guy on the ship?
I surely am. He has some interesting things we might want to hear.
Who is he?
He is apparently a low-level member of a slave trading organization, and he wants to give up, out of the kindness of his heart, the name of some higher-ups. I thought that you and Kaladin might be interested in hearing about them.
And then we rob their stuff.
Right. That's basically the idea.
That sounds good. Well done, Rat.
Yeah, thank you.
Isis looks at you. So, are we letting him go?
No. Well, not in the foreseeable future, anyway. He's our guest now. Right?
She nods her head.
Be our guest!
God damn it.
That was good timing, Yue. That was really good timing.
I'd like to thank Cybot for the setup.
Right.
Okay. So, I'm going to just say that Kaladin and Lyra do not return this night.
Ah.
Sounds reasonable.
And when you awaken when you guys
Because
awaken...
they were eaten by sky leviathans.
And apparently I'm out riding a space whale somewhere.
Oh, dang it, I forgot. Unadoc should have returned as well. He should have returned before Enoch did, in fact.
You should have said something when he said Enoch.
Yeah.
Well, I just assumed Enoch got back and he was just waiting on me. I have no idea.
Okay, so, Unadoc, you returned before Enoch. I apologize immensely for this.
Well, I don't really mind. Either way, just...
See, you see guy tight and gagged inside the cargo bay.
Uh-huh. I poke him with my new rod a couple times. Okay, that's enough out of you.
Early.
Smack him on the head and walk away. You're there for a reason.
He is not regretting this day at all.
How does he feel with the raptor right next to him?
He's
some
already
point-
terrified.
At some point, I would come ring Cardiff and tell him or remind him to actually feed the guy occasionally.
Don't worry, the raptor won't eat you unless we forget to feed him.
But both the raptor and our hostage.
All right. So, at some point, in the night, I'd say around midnight, before Enoch closes himself in his room, Ultras comes in and says, just a quick question
Yes.
about the hostage we have.
Mm-hmm.
Our guest. Yes.
Yeah.
That's a good word. He is making a lot of noise where I sleep. Might I administer a sedative?
I will hold you responsible if you kill him.
No, it won't kill him. It'll just knock him out for around 6 hours.
I will hold you responsible if he dies.
What if I'm not the one who kills him?
Well, you share
I will hold you
his space. Well, you share the space in the car. Okay. I have to try that again. Okay, you share the cargo bay with him anyway, so I will hold you responsible.
Damn. Have Umbra keep guard of him while I try and sleep.
She was
No,
trying to
Ultras.
take all of my fun.
Ultras.
Mm-hmm. I dropped out entirely. I didn't hear a word of it.
He didn't say
No.
anything.
Yeah, he didn't say
Okay.
anything.
Okay, thank God.
Like we're all sitting on the edge of our seats waiting for him.
He just
plan.
he just said her name and then stopped.
It's like he's confessing his love to somebody. Wait.
I like the way your hair smells. But only a little. Fine.
Don't get no spiders in my soup.
I can now smell ginger ale in my nose. Thank you, you
How about... Okay. Whew. How about sleeping in one of the proper rooms for this night, then, instead?
I'm glad you got my insinuation. I appreciate that. I'll see if... Let's see. I can probably convince Astra to let me stay in the same room as her. Though she may not let Umbra stay in the room.
I get the distinct feeling she's correct on that.
Jack would gladly take Umbra.
And
It
that
is
is
her-
exactly why it is not the room she will be in.
Not her.
Because Umbra will just hover over him the entire night and probably just say darkness over and over again.
And I would be okay with it.
I am Charlie Murphy.
Charlie Murphy.
Yes, anyway, that is what I would recommend.
Right.
Ask and tell me how it went.
Alright. She actually ends up staying in the same room as Donna.
Good enough.
But yes, a full night's sleep is had, and when everyone awakens next morning, your crew has still not. The rest of the crew has still not returned to the ship. They have most likely been out on a night of debauchery and such.
Of debauchery and such.
Wouldn't that mean that they were back on the ship, just in the tank?
Oh God!
We didn't forget about the tank. We might have forgotten everyone's names, but not the tank.
No
Take
one,
it when it happens.
Tank, you are truly more loved than anybody else.
Is I here?
Nope.
Okay.
I am going to. Never mind.
I suppose we'll just call it a session here, guys.
Yeah,
Mostly because it makes sense. Because Zai's gone, he's probably not going to be back for a while. It's really late where Cybot is. It's probably like 5 a.m. And
2 minutes to 6 a.m. actually.
Wow.
even worse. I've messed up Cybot's sleep schedule again. I feel horrible.
No, if it's, I'll have to see. I mean, if it's once a week, I think I can do that. Really, I mean, it's the Friday to Saturdays shouldn't be a problem, I guess.
Right. Alrighty.
Anyway,
Experience. Everybody gets 100 EXP for role playing today because everyone did amazing.
Except me.
I was very impressed. Except right, except for Izzy because you were not here and you could not have set up a situation where you could have talked.
Yeah, sadly, yeah. I was getting messages like my messages were coming in 25 minutes later. As no one would tell you. It's bad there. And then my power went out.
Yeah, that pretty much sucks.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna go ahead and today was a good enough session. You guys are getting closer to accomplishing something I want you to accomplish. So I'm gonna go ahead and award everyone 200 EXP on top of that first session.
Sweet.
Except for Izzy.
So 300?
Yes, 300 experience for everyone but Izzy. Izzy only got 200.
Oh, I got 200.
Yes, I'm being nice and giving you the 200.
I will take the 200.
I understand circumstances.
Hey, I made $100.
What's level 11 again?
Not 140.
Okay.
That's a wow.
Yeah, still a ways
It's
to
a
go.
while off. I mean, okay, it seems long because we had our hiatus, but our last level up was basically just a few sessions away, really.
I know.
Uh-huh.
It was the session before our final battle, I believe.
Right.
The final countdown.
What's
There's
the,
a praying mantis in my house. I will be right back. I'm going to put this praying mantis outside.
You know what to name
You
it.
could also put it in the lizard tank.
I'm not feeding. Alright, I love praying mantises.
I
have
know,
more
so do
respect.
I.
I
Just
couldn't do it
saying.
to my lizard. But yeah, I'll be right
So
back.
you will side with Lyra when she bites off Kaladin's head?
I will. Because
I
giant
will.
crazy praying mantis lady.
That's fair enough.
I gladly accept our new praying mantis overlords.
I will join that cult.
I mean, he knew what he was getting into when he got into that relationship. Okay.
That's true.
So-
That's
So I would side with the mantis.
I come back and all I hear is I think everyone just agreed to side with the mantis. I'm like, oh god.
Lyra.
well. The idea was what will happen when she inevitably bites Kaladin's head off, and apparently the consensus is that we will be totally okay with that because Kaladin knew what he was getting into.
And I like our praying mantis overlords. They are so just and righteous.
Also, that praying mantis that I put outside was quite possibly the friendliest insect I've ever dealt with. I put out my hand, he crawled on it, and then I just put him right outside.
See? This is why we side with them.
Yes. They're so kind. Until they find a male that they want to mate with.
That might have been a male, it was kind of small.
That doesn't change what Izzy said.
Yes, it's true.
Indeed. I'm sorry I missed session. I was so hyped for it. It's like, yes, session. Then I'm this late because I had to help my cousin take pictures and all a bunch of other shit. It's like, oh my god.
Alright. We are done for the evening, correct?
Yes.
Alrighty then. Going to say.
Payday?
By the way, how did the streaming of this go?
Well, I'm about to